and not for a democratic form of government. So, to my mind, I think all the opposition parties should take that forward to the public, should talk about it more and more, that how the BJP skewed the whole democratic system in one particular direction by institutionalizing the electoral bonds. So definitely they should. But more than that, I'm very happy that this decision is made, and it's a big day for the history of democratic reforms in this country. It's a big day, welcome day, and I think
there too, but if I can still be heard, the issue is that, like the opposition said, that a majority of the electoral bond money was going to the BJP. So for example, if you look at in the 2022-23 period, the BJP received 1,300 crore rupees. It was 7 times more than the Congress party in the same period. Court has sort of weighed in on the side of opposition argument that the electoral bond scheme as it is implemented as of now favors the ruling party, ruling dispensation. Now again, the catch is that if the government changes at any stage in future, and if those in opposition are in power, obviously they would be at an advantage. But then the court perhaps wants a level playing field. It does not want electoral bond funding or political funding through the electoral bonds route to be influencing in favor of, or to be biased in favor of the ruling party, because then the quid pro quo, as the Supreme Court suggests, can continue for long. And that's why, in the interest of transparency, the court has established the electoral bond scheme.
Right. Thank you, Abhishek, for that update. Breaking news. The Supreme Court has delivered verdict on electoral bonds. Time for a short break now. Coming up.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Good evening and welcome. Today, Mamta Banerjee unleashed another round of brutality against all those who are questioning the Trinamool Congress-led political rape of countless women in Sandesh Khali in Bengal. Republic journalists were targeted and beaten, especially those from Republic Bangla. Political leaders had spinal injuries, landed up in ICUs and hospitals. In other words, Mamta Banerjee is providing full state support to the mafia of her party. But what she cannot stop is the truth today. Today, more women have come out, and all of them in their testimonies are saying one thing, just one thing, that Trinamool Congress leaders have been raping women, using their political clout, raping them repeatedly, raping them endlessly. Viewers, more survivors are also saying that the police is trying to torture them by asking them to provide evidence that they have been raped, asking rape victims to come up with medical records. And I ask tonight, how heartless can Mamta Banerjee get? A woman leader asking women to provide evidence of rape months after the ghastly acts. Mamta Banerjee, what are you doing? Are you not answerable to anything? Are you not answerable even to your conscience if it exists? Lastly, to the sold-out Lutyens and Mamta media, shame on you. Shame on all of you for trying to cover up till now the horrors of Sandesh Khali. You cannot anymore because the nation is watching.
आज यूनाइटेड अरब अमीरात की धरती ने मानवीय इतिहास का एक नया स्वर्णिम अध्याय लिखा है। आज अबू धाबी में भव्य और दिव्य मंदिर का लोकार्पण हो रहा है। इस पल के पीछे वर्षों की मेहनत लगी है। इसमें वर्षों पुराना सपना जुड़ा हुआ है और इसमें भगवान स्वामीनारायण का आशीर्वाद जुड़ा है। आज प्रमुख स्वामी जिस दिव्य लोक में होंगे, उनकी आत्मा जहां होगी वहां प्रसन्नता का अनुभव कर रही होगी। पूज्य प्रमुख स्वामी के साथ मेरा नाता एक प्रकार से पिता पुत्र का नाता रहा। मेरे लिए एक पितृतुल्य भाव से जीवन के एक लंबे कालखंड तक उनका सानिध्य मिलता रहा, उनके आशीर्वाद मिलते रहे। और शायद कुछ लोगों को सुनकर आश्चर्य होगा कि मैं सीएम था तब भी, पीएम था तब भी, अगर कोई चीज उनको पसंद नहीं आती थी तो मुझे स्पष्ट शब्दों में मार्गदर्शन करते थे।
यूएई की राजधानी अबुधाबी में पहला विराट हिंदू मंदिर बनकर तैयार है। तो यूएई से भी लोग आए हैं, भारत से भी आए हैं और भारत के बाहर दूसरे देशों से भी आए हैं। मुझे आप बताइए, आप भी आइए, मुझे बताइए आप कहां से आए हैं?
मैं वासुदेव कृष्ण शास्त्री, काठमांडू से मैं आया हूं और नेपाल से। और हमारे साथ रवि भाई बेलायत से हैं और हम लोग काफी लोग आए हैं। मेरी पत्नी
नेपाल से आए हैं, क्या लाए हैं?
तो यहाँ स्पेशल मैंने भगवान शालिग्राम जो है यहाँ स्पेशल यहाँ के जो अक्षरधाम मंदिर के देने के लिए ले आए हैं। तो यहाँ देंगे, यहाँ पूजा होगी। हमें गौरव है सनातन हिंदू परंपरा के ऊपर कि दुबई पहली बार इतना बड़ा हिंदू मंदिर बन रहा है।
भेंट स्वरूप आप शालिग्राम
जी, और पूजा भी किए। सुबह यहाँ प्राण प्रतिष्ठा में भी रहे हम लोग, पूजा प्राण प्रतिष्ठा भी हुई सुबह, और भेंट के रूप में हमने शालिग्राम।
प्राण प्रतिष्ठा में क्या हुआ अगर आप
सुबह प्राण प्रतिष्ठा में पहले क्या होता है कि जो प्राण प्रतिष्ठा का दो विधान है, शास्त्रीय वास्तुशास्त्र और शास्त्रीय विधान से। पहला प्राण प्रतिष्ठा का विधान ये है कि जो भगवान का जो मूर्ति बनाया जाता है वो पत्थर का, शिला का बनाया जाता है, वो प्राण नहीं होता है। जब उसमें मंत्र द्वारा चेतना को आधान किया जाता है तो चेतना का आधान हुआ है मंत्र द्वारा।
मैंने मंदिर में अलग अलग मूर्तियां देखी क्योंकि मैं अंदर गई थी, तो सबकी प्राण प्रतिष्ठा
जी अलग अलग, स्वामी जी जितने भी अलग अलग प्राण प्रतिष्ठा।
Very happy to announce that Niva Bupa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio partner. Niva Bupa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
The Union of India has been unable to establish that the measure employed in Clause 7.4 of the Electoral Bond Scheme is the least restrictive means to balance the rights of informational privacy. Thus, the amendment to Section 13, capital A, bracket B of the Income Tax Act, introduced by the Finance Act 2017, and the amendment to Section 29C(1) of the Representation of People's Act are declared unconstitutional.
Supreme Court strikes down electoral bonds in a unanimous verdict, says scheme against constitution. PM Modi holds talks with Qatar's Emir in Doha, says held discussions to boost India-Qatar friendship. Scheduled cast commission chairman with two others leaves for Sandesh Khali to look into the mass rape allegations. Big twist in Karnataka Rajya Sabha polls. Unexpected fifth candidate defeated by the BJP JDS. Congress fears cross-voting by own MLAs.
Farmer protesters, union ministers to hold round 3 of talks. Arjun Munda, Piyush Goyal, Nityanand Rai to lead the talks. Curfew relaxed after 7 days in couple of areas in Banbhulapura, the epicenter of the Halwani violence that killed 6. Viewers, let's go to the top story that we are getting for you right now. It's a very big ruling, major ruling coming in. Supreme Court striking down electoral bonds in a unanimous verdict saying keep against the Constitution. So that's what we have for you right now. A 5-judge Constitution bench of the Supreme Court has delivered a unanimous verdict on a batch of pleas challenging the legal validity of the central government's electoral bond scheme, which allows for anonymous funding to political parties. The Apex Court has noted that the electoral bonds are violative of the right to information, that is RTI Article 19(1)(a), and held that such a scheme has to be struck down for being unconstitutional. Let's go ahead, viewers, and play out the reactions coming in on this top story.
Section 29, capital C of the Representation of People Act, which states that information of contributions made below rupees 20,000 in a financial year need not be disclosed, is a lesser restrictive means to achieve both the right to information and the right to informational privacy. The underlying rationale of Section 29C(1) is that contributions below the threshold do not have the ability to influence decisions, and the right to information of financial contributions does not extend to contributions which do not have the ability to influence decisions. Similarly, the right to privacy of political affiliation does not extend to contributions which may be made to influence policies. It only extends to contributions made as a genuine form of political support. It is quite possible that contributions beyond the threshold of rupees 20,000 could also be a form of political support and not necessarily a quid pro quo arrangement, and contributions below the threshold could influence electoral outcomes. However, the restriction on the right to information and informational privacy of such contributions is minimal when compared to the provision of blanket non-disclosure. Thus, this lesser restrictive alternative realizes the right to information of an informed voter and informational privacy to political affiliation in a real and substantial manner. The Union of India has been unable to establish that the measure employed in Clause 7(4) of the Electoral Bond Scheme is the least restrictive means to balance the rights of informational privacy to political contributions and the right to information of political contributions. Thus, the amendment to Section 13, capital A, bracket B of the Income Tax Act, introduced by the Finance Act 2017, and the amendment to Section 29C(1) of the Representation of People's Act are declared unconstitutional. The question is whether this court should only strike down the non-disclosure provision in the Electoral Bond Scheme, that is Clause 7(4). The anonymity of the contributor is intrinsic to the Electoral Bond Scheme. The Electoral Bond Scheme is not distinguishable from other modes of contributions through banking channels such as checks, transfer through the electronic clearing system, or direct debit if the anonymity component of the stream is struck down. Thus, the Electoral Bond Scheme 2018 will have to be struck down as unconstitutional.
Not only the electoral bond scheme, but also the amendment which removed the restrictions on political contributions by companies, which were that you cannot contribute more than 7.5% of your annual profit by way of political contributions. That has also been struck down as violating the level playing field in a democracy. So, the petitions filed by us have been comprehensively allowed by the Supreme Court.
So the assertion of the government was that... What will happen to those?
So they have also directed the State Bank of India to furnish complete information about who purchased the bonds, who encashed the bonds. And all this information will have to be submitted to the Election Commission, who will have to display it on a public website so that the people come to know who purchased the bonds and who contributed by way of electoral bonds to which political party.
All right, viewers, getting those details coming in right now. And as we keep getting our viewers more details, let's tell you exactly what is happening. It's a historic judgment coming in. Supreme Court has struck down the electoral bond scheme for political funding, holding that it violates a citizen's right of information. And the electoral bond scheme, Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, said was unconstitutional. He said that the electoral bond scheme is absolutely unconstitutional, arbitrary, and also may lead to a quid pro quo arrangement between the political parties and the donors. And remember, this is coming in just ahead of the Lok Sabha polls, making it a very important and a very significant observation and a judgment which is coming in from the Supreme Court. Now, the Constitution bench of 5 judges held that the stated objectives of fighting the black money and maintaining the confidentiality of donors cannot be defend the scheme. Electoral bonds, the court said, are not the only way to curb black money. So these are the important details that we're getting for you right now on Republic TV about this huge judgment which has come in right now. And the Apex Court, while pronouncing the order, has directed the State Bank of India, the only authorized bank to issue or in cash electoral bonds, to forthwith stop issuing any such bond. So it also has said and further ordered that the SBI shall furnish the details of electoral bonds in cash by the political parties. So they have said that the CBI, in fact, the SBI shall submit the details of the Election Commission of India, and the ECI shall publish these details on the website. So that's also one of the rulings coming in from the Supreme Court. By March 31st, 2024, the Election Commission is bound to furnish the details on its website according to the Supreme Court order. Let's go ahead and play out more reactions coming in.
इसके तहत जिस तरीके से ये स्कीम लाई गई थी उसमें काफ़ी ब्लैक मनी को बढ़ावा दिया गया है। एक ट्रांसपेरेंसी नहीं है इसमें, आप किसी का नाम डिस्क्लोज नहीं हो रहा। इसके पहले नाम डिस्क्लोज होता था और एक निश्चित 2000 रुपये से ज़्यादा आप अगर नहीं दे सकते थे कैश में। अब इन्होंने कितने भी रुपए आप जो है बॉन्ड खरीदिए बैंक में जाके और पार्टी को डोनेट कर दीजिए। इससे ट्रांसपेरेंसी तो पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो गई और निश्चित रूप से कहीं ना कहीं डेमोक्रेसी के लिए बहुत बड़ा खतरा है। तो मैंने इसमें पिटीशन दायर करी थी कि इस स्कीम को रद्द किया जाए। इट शुड बी ट्रांसपेरेंट।
लेकिन सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये भी कहा है कि जो जानने का अधिकार है आरटीआई के तहत तो नागरिकों को मिलना ही चाहिए।
निश्चित रूप से देखिए ये तो इम्पोर्टेंट है ही। जब तक नाम डिस्क्लोज नहीं होगा तब तक काफ़ी सारे मुद्दे हैं जो सामने आएंगे और काफ़ी सारी परेशानियों को साथ लेके आएंगे। जितना भी ब्लैक मनी है या मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग है वो एक बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है जो इस चीज़ से जुड़ सकता है इन फ्यूचर।
जिसमें सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने अनुच्छेद 19 का भी हवाला दिया है कि जो 19(2) के तहत अगर रोक नहीं है तो जानने के अधिकार से नहीं रोका जाना चाहिए।
नहीं, बिल्कुल। देखिए राइट टू इन्फॉर्मेशन तो हमारे देश में हमें अधिकार दिया ही गया है और ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। एक नाम डिस्क्लोज होना चाहिए कि आखिर कितनी धनराशि किसने दी है।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट हैज सेड टुडे इन रिलेशन टू द इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड इशूड बाय द गवर्नमेंट।
सी प्रोसीडिंग इज अंडरगोइंग। It's not court didn't give judgment yet, but court said that it should be transparent because right to information is a right of our every citizen. So it should be transparent, and the money, what amount of money and which people give it, it should be disclosed to every people.
Okay. What are the rules and regulations related to the electoral bond?
In 2018, when this electoral bond scheme proposed, in this scheme, it should be said that you can buy bond from the bank and you can give the money to the party which you want to give, and your name doesn't disclose, which is against right to information, and it should be disclosed. So I filed a petition in Supreme Court in which I said that it should be transparent and they should give the name and amount who donate the amount to the party.
And the Supreme Court has also referred to the RTI and the Article 19(1) of Constitution of India. What do you have to say about that?
The Supreme Court give the best thing he can do. Because it is our right to information. This right is given by the Supreme Court that everyone should know everything, which this article said, right to information. So it should be transparent. All the procedures should be transparent, and we can live healthy and happy life.
All right, viewers, so getting some more reactions coming in. Let's go ahead and once more play out what the CGI D.Y. Chandrachud had to say.
Section 29, capital C of the Representation of People Act, which states that information of contributions made below rupees 20,000 in a financial year need not be disclosed is a lesser restrictive means to achieve both the right to information and the right to informational privacy. The underlying rationale of Section 29C(1) is that contributions below the threshold do not have the ability to influence decisions, and the right to information of financial contributions does not extend to contributions which do not have the ability to influence decisions. Similarly, the right to privacy of political affiliation does not extend to contributions which may be made to influence policies. It only extends to contributions made as a genuine form of political support. It is quite possible that contributions beyond the threshold of Rs 20,000 could also be a form of political support and not necessarily a quid pro quo arrangement, and contributions below the threshold could influence electoral outcomes. However, the restriction on the right to information and informational privacy of such contributions is minimal when compared to the provision of blanket non-disclosure. Thus, this lesser restrictive alternative realizes the right to information of an informed voter and informational privacy to political affiliation in a real and substantial manner. The Union of India has been unable to establish that the measure employed in Clause 7(4) of the Electoral Bond Scheme is the least restrictive means to balance the rights of informational privacy to political contributions and the right to information of political contributions. Thus, the amendment to Section 13(a)(b) of the Income Tax Act, introduced by the Finance Act 2017, and the amendment to Section 29C(1) of the Representation of People's Act are declared unconstitutional. The question is whether this court should only strike down the non-disclosure provision in the Electoral Bond Scheme, that is Clause 7(4). The anonymity of the contributor is intrinsic to the Electoral Bond Scheme. The Electoral Bond Scheme is not distinguishable from other modes of contributions through banking channels such as checks, transfer through the electronic clearing system, or direct debit if the anonymity component of the stream is struck down. Thus, the Electoral Bond Scheme 2018 will have to be struck down as unconstitutional.
So there was a very big ruling, very big judgment coming in, and electoral bonds have been struck down, and this is a very, very big story. A 5-judge constitution bench of the Supreme Court has delivered this unanimous verdict on a batch of pleas challenging the legal validity of the central government's electoral bond scheme, which allows for anonymous, I repeat, anonymous funding to political parties. And many details have come out right now, viewers. We'll keep a very, very close eye on this story. For now, let's move ahead to the other stories we're tracking here on Republic TV. Surprising development in Karnataka Rajya Sabha elections as BJP JDS introduces 5th candidate. Congress is apprehensive of cross-voting among its MLAs, contemplating resorting to political maneuvers again. So what we see right now, viewers, is a big twist coming in ahead of the Karnataka Rajya Sabha polls. And we are seeing that 1/5 candidate, which is pretty much unexpected, has been fielded by the BJP and the JDS. So this coming in, of course, ahead of the Rajya Sabha polls. Rajya Sabha polls are not too far away, viewers. It is coming in just a short while. And what we can tell you, viewers, is that there seems to be more details coming out right now. As parties are preparing for the Rajya Sabha polls, we can tell you that the Congress is also apprehensive of cross-voting among its MLAs. In fact, let's go ahead and play out the reactions which we are getting. H.D. Kumaraswamy has reacted.
BJP national president and national leader and BJP state leader joined together. Ultimately, we decided to file the nomination paper as a NDA candidate, JDS BJP coalition candidate. Upendra Reddy we selected from both the party. Why we taken this decision? JDS got 19 seats, 19 MLAs. Then BJP also surplus MLAs votes is there. We don't want to waste the votes. For that reason, Delhi High Command also, BJP High Command and state, our BJP's friends, they advised us to put a candidate. On their advice, actually, we decided to file the nomination papers by Kupendra.
Sir, still a form of protesting in the border.
That issues I will discuss later.
All right, viewers. So what we see right now are back-to-back details coming in. Big twist coming in from the Karnataka state Rajya Sabha polls. When it comes to the RS polls, we can tell you that a fifth candidate has been fielded from the BJP JDS. And we can also tell you, as we count down, the Congress is apprehensive of cross-voting among its MLAs. And we could be seeing more political maneuvers coming in from the Congress as we approach the Rajya Sabha polls, which are not too far away. Let's move ahead to the other story we're tracking on Republic TV. The Allahabad High Court begins hearing on the appeal filed by the Gyan Rafi Mosque Committee contesting the Varanasi Court's Jan 21st decision permitting puja in the Bayaz Tehkhana. UP CM Yogi Adityanath holds Janta Darbar in Gorakhpur. People submitted their applications to the Chief Minister and urged him to take the required steps to resolve their issues. Army Chief General Manoj Pandey, during his ongoing official visit, reviewed the U.S. Army Honor Guard at Fort Myers in Florida. He also engaged in high-level professional discussions with the Chief of Staff of the United States Army. The French aircrew visited Indian Navy Dornier Squadron at the INS Dega, and in fact, professional interactions aimed at laying the foundation for multi-domain cohesive operations. India and France underwent combined exercises over the Bay of Bengal to enhance synergy and other details. Jharkhand Chief Minister Champai Soren, who had announced that the probe into exam paper leak case and said that special investigation team has some asserts in the case amid the investigation is going on in speed. The Assam police recovered 178 cartons of codeine phosphate cough syrup from a truck in Assam along the Assam-Tripura border. Much more coming up, viewers. On the other side, the Supreme Court strikes down electoral bonds in a unanimous verdict, says scheme against Constitution. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bupa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio partner. Niva Bupa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
इनके वजह से हमारा रोजगार नहीं चल रहा है, बिल्कुल रोजगार नहीं चल रहा है। वो काम मर जाएगा सारा आम आदमी तो भाई।
भैया नुकसान तो बहुत ज्यादा हो रहा है, चारों तरफ से रास्ता बंद है, ना तो सीएनजी मिल रही है और सवारियों को भी बहुत ज्यादा परेशानी हो रही है। बहुत सारे हमारे भाई हैं जो किराए की ऑटो चलाते हैं, किराया कहाँ से दें, अब सवारी कहीं मिल ही नहीं रही है।
इसमें गरीब आदमी मर रहा है।
Right now I'm standing at Tikri border. Tikri border is the conjoining border between Delhi and Haryana. Here you can see the auto drivers are over here, standing over here, and their autos are standing at this very point because all those roads are blocked and heavy barricading are being done at this very point because we have been speaking to the senior officials of Delhi police and Haryana police as well, and they said that they have done a 7 layering of barricading at this very point so that farmers farmers who are protesting and planning to move to Delhi won't be able to go towards the Delhi side. Right now I'm joined by some of the auto workers who have been facing lot of difficulties. सर ये बताइए कि आप लोगों को क्या-क्या नुकसान हो रहा है?
भैया नुकसान तो बहुत ज्यादा हो रहा है, चारों तरफ से रास्ता बंद है, ना तो सीएनजी मिल रही है और सवारियों को भी बहुत ज्यादा परेशानी हो रही है।
सभी को परेशानी चल रही है जी, सभी को परेशानी चल रही है। और 2 दिन से
गाड़ियों में गैस नहीं है, किराए की ऑटो चला रहे हैं, बहुत सारे हमारे भाई हैं जो किराए की ऑटो चलाते हैं, किराया कहाँ से दे, और बहुत सारी परेशानी है। वो आगे बैरिकेड लगा दिए हैं, ना उधर से जाने देते ना इधर से जाने देते।
तो आपको सवारी कहाँ में मिल रही है?
अब सवारी कहीं मिल ही नहीं रही है, इंतजार कर रहे हैं सवारियों का। अगर
सब नुकसान हो रहा है,
सारा नुकसान हो रहा है। दुकानों पे से पनीर नहीं जा रहा है, सप्लाई नहीं हो रही है, कोई भी कुछ सारा नुकसान में जा रहे हैं भाई, कोई फायदा ही नहीं है, कुछ नहीं हो रहा।
नुकसान के अलावा कुछ भी नहीं हो रहा है। ये जो अभी रास्ता आप खुद देख रहे हो बंद पड़ा है, इनकी वजह से हमारा रोजगार नहीं चल रहा है, बिल्कुल रोजगार नहीं चल रहा है।
और ये सवारी चल रही है हमारी, शुरू से ही 15 रुपए थी, अब भी 15 ही मिल रहे हैं और घूम के जाना पड़ता है। रूट भी ज्यादा लंबा हो गया भाई, और बहुत ज्यादा परेशानी हो रही कुल मिला के।
भूखा मर जाएगा सारा आम आदमी तो भाई।
अच्छा, आपके किसानों से कोई आह्वान है, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे आप किसानों से? क्या उनको ये प्रोटेस्ट जो है धरना वापस लेना चाहिए?
भाई अपना बैठ कर सारी बात कर ले भाई, इतना नुकसान उनका भी हमारा भी है, सबका नुकसान नहीं है भाई।
नुकसान है, व्हीकल टूटने लग रहा है, गलियों में से निकालो व्हीकल टूट रहे, क्या फायदा? वो तो अपने शांति प्रिय चाहते हो जाए, लेकिन सरकार मान तो नहीं रही है ना। वो भी ये चाह रहे शांति से मान जाए, अपना निपटारा हो जाए, लेकिन सरकार कर नहीं रही है ऐसा। इसमें गरीब आदमी मर रहा है।
ये विनती है कि हमारे भी बच्चे पलने दो।
There you see the ground situation over here. The auto drivers who have been working here are saying that they are facing a lot of difficulties over here at this point of time because the roads are choked over here. No one is allowed to move. All those roads which move towards the Tikri side have been blocked, and 6 to 7 layers of barricading have been done, and they have been demanding from the farmers as well that they should call on their protest very soon. With video journalist Bisham Aqil for Republic TV.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the nation's sharpest opinion. An interesting but very significant development was lost amidst the headlines today. Sonia Gandhi has, by all indications, retired. She has retired from electoral politics. Not going to fight Lok Sabha elections.
Viewers, getting some more breaking updates coming in right now, and what we can tell you is that a delegation of the National Commission of Scheduled Castes, NCSC, led by its chairman Arun Haldar, has now gone ahead and they have reached Sandesh Khali just a short while back. Now they are going there. This is Sandesh Khali, which is part of West Bengal's North 24 Parganas district. They are there, and they will be reaching Sandesh Khali. They've reached, in fact, a short while back, and the members of the commission will be meeting the family members of the women victims of alleged sexual harassment and hold a meeting with the authorities. Taking a short break, much more coming up as we keep getting you top updates on India's #1 news channel, Republic TV. Supreme Court strikes down electoral bonds in a unanimous verdict, says scheme against Constitution. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
जब दिल्ली में अक्षरधाम का निर्माण हो रहा था तो उनके आशीर्वाद से मैं शिलान्यास कार्यक्रम में था। तब तो मैं राजनीति में भी कुछ नहीं था, और उस दिन मैंने कहा था कि गुरु की हम बहुत तारीफ तो करते रहते हैं, लेकिन कभी सोचा है कि किसी गुरु ने कहा कि यमुना के तट पर अपना भी कोई स्थान हो और शिष्य रूपी प्रमुख स्वामी महाराज ने अपने गुरु की उस इच्छा को परिपूर्ण कर दिया था। आज मैं भी उसी एक शिष्य भाव से यहां आपके सामने उपस्थित है कि आज प्रमुख स्वामी महाराज का सपना हम पूरा कर पाए हैं। आज बसंत पंचमी का पवित्र त्योहार भी है, पूज्य शास्त्री जी महाराज की जन्म जयंती भी है। ये बसंत पंचमी, ये पर्व मां सरस्वती का पर्व है। मां सरस्वती यानी बुद्धि और विवेक की मानवीय प्रज्ञा और चेतना की देवी। ये मानवीय प्रज्ञा ही है जिसने हमें सहयोग, सामंजस्य, समन्वय और सौहार्द जैसे आदर्शों को जीवन में उतारने की समझ दी है। मुझे आशा है कि मंदिर भी मानवता के लिए, बेहतर भविष्य के लिए बसंत का स्वागत करेगा।
Day 2 of the farmers' protest. The Shambhu border has been completely jam-packed with thousands of the farmers are on the roads. Here we are reporting from the mid of the protesting site, and you can see the visuals that how they are spend the entire night here on the roads in their tractors, trolleys, and after having the breakfast, now they are preparing the strategy how to move on. So here you can see the visuals that how the farmers has been preparing their strategies, and in fact after spending the entire night on the road, thousands of the people have spent night on the road with their tractors and the trolleys. Such kind of trolleys has been prepared to spend the night. You can see the visuals as well. Even the yesterday, the similar visuals, the similar people in a similar position, and in fact today as well they will try to march towards Delhi from that Shambhu border to cross the security layers of Haryana police. And in fact the way they yesterday did, just because yesterday there was a panic situation between the Haryana police and the farmers, and in fact when they tried to cross the borders, tear gas shells has been fired in a massive number, and in fact to protect the barricades they have deployed at Shambhu border. So see that today as well, and even the last night, their leader Sarwan Singh Pandher, Jagjit Singh Dallewal, they had made it very clear that tomorrow again they will start their march towards the Delhi, and in fact tonight they were spending here at Shambhu border itself. So last night entirely jam-packed Shambhu border with the farmers as they were sleeping in the tractors and the trolleys, and in fact today morning they are preparing the strategies how to move on.
This is Republic Diva Bupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai.
ये मंदिर पूरी दुनिया के लिए सांप्रदायिक सौहार्द और वैश्विक एकता का प्रतीक बनेगा। भाइयों और बहनों, यूएई के मिनिस्टर ऑफ टॉलरेंस हिज एक्सेलेंसी शेख नायान अल मुबारक यहां विशेष तौर पर उपस्थित है, और उन्होंने भाव भी जो व्यक्त किए, जो बातें हमारे सामने रखी, वो हमारे उन सपनों को मजबूत करने का उनके शब्दों में उन्होंने वर्णन किया है। मैं उनका आभारी हूं। साथियों, इस मंदिर के निर्माण में यूएई की सरकार की जो भूमिका रही, उसकी जितनी तारीफ की जाए उतनी कम है। लेकिन इस भव्य मंदिर का स्वप्न साकार करने में अगर सबसे बड़ा सहयोग किसी का है तो मेरे ब्रदर हिज हाइनेस शेख मोहम्मद बिन जायद का है। मुझे पता है कि प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ यूएई की पूरी गवर्नमेंट ने कितने बड़े दिल से करोड़ों भारतवासियों की इच्छा को पूरा किया है।
Four suspended BJP MLAs, including LOP, Sumindo Adhikari, protesting outside the assembly. So this is a big update coming in from West Bengal. And remember what had happened a short while back. 2 days ago, 6 BJP MLAs, including the LOP, Sumindo Adhikari, were suspended by the West Bengal Assembly Speaker, Biman Bandyopadhyay. This happened 2 days ago for disrupting proceedings of the Assembly on the Sandesh Khali issue in the wake of the recent violence in the last few days. And as we speak right now, the 4 of the suspended BJP MLAs are outside the Assembly and they are protesting right outside the Assembly. Those visuals coming in on your screen of what really has been happening. In the past few days, a major ruckus and major chaos has prevailed in the Assembly over this issue. And we are seeing those details also coming out. At the same time, we have been seeing a huge police force which has been deployed in Sandesh Khali amidst the entire controversy and the entire issue which has come to light. And those visuals coming in on your screens of the suspended BJP MLAs protesting outside the Assembly. And those visuals show you what exactly has been happening. Now, Sumindo Adhikari, for the longest time, has demanded a reply and answer from the West Bengal CM and State Home Minister Mamta Banerjee on Sandesh Khali. And the BJP MLAs have been protesting inside the Assembly and also outside the Assembly, wearing T-shirts inside the Assembly with slogans on Sandesh Khali. So a lot of chaos inside and outside the Assembly. BJP MLAs are also being seen protesting at the same time. BJP MLAs have been sitting on the floor of the Assembly and protesting on the Sandesh Khali issue. So let's go ahead to Anirban, who's joining us right now. Anirban, I'm coming to you. And we'll be seeing that as this entire row is becoming bigger and bigger, the protests over the mass rape allegations are also becoming quite huge, especially led by the BJP MLAs. Right now, there were 6 BJP MLAs which were suspended around 2 days ago from the Assembly. 4 of them are outside and they are protesting. Take us through what is happening.
Actually, the 4 BJP MLAs that you are talking of, among the 6 BJP MLAs who were suspended 2 days back for demanding a statement, for demanding a simple statement from the Chief Minister and Home Minister of the state, Ms. Mamta Banerjee, on Sandesh Khali. They were suspended, and Sumindo Adhikari, the leader of opposition in State Assembly, actually saying the same thing today when they were in sit-in dharna inside the Assembly for last 1 hour. Sumindo Adhikari was saying that we are not demanding any hike for the BJP MLAs in their salaries. We were not demanding any hike for our extra comfort. We are not demanding anything for the BJP party. Even we are not demanding anything which is associated with any political demand. We were simply demanding a statement from the Chief Minister and the Home Minister of the state on an incident that has risen to the height of reaching to the entire world and has given a blot in the forehead of Bengal regarding the incidents of Sandesh Khali. The agony of Sandesh Khali has to be reflected within the State Assembly. Has to be asked by the lawmakers of the State Assembly why this has happened. And Ms. Mamta Banerjee, the Home Minister, Minister in charge of police in Bengal, in the state of West Bengal, has kept completely mum on that.
Right, Anirban, stay on with us because we're getting reactions coming in. Let's play out this reaction that we have got for our viewers, and I'll come back to you as the protests continue, this time outside the West Bengal Assembly. Sumindo Adhikari leading those protests.
This is symbolic of the TMC's government's absolute Gunda Raj in West Bengal. There's absolutely no doubt about it. And these people in Sandesh Khali, as in many other parts of Bengal, have been given a license by the TMC government to loot public money and whoever protests to repress them. And what has happened in Sandesh Khali is the CPM there has been raising the voices of the people, which is why the former MLA of the CPIM in Sandesh Khali, हमारे comrade है Nirapaddo Sardar, he has been arrested. He was one of the first arrested precisely because he was raising the demands of the women and the people. However, I would say it is most unfortunate that a mass struggle and a spontaneous outburst of the people is being turned by the BJP and its leaders like Srimati Smriti Irani into a communal issue. It is not communal. All those who are involved in the sexual assaults on women belong to various communities, but they want to target one particular leader and not his entire gang, who are equally responsible, and try and turn it into a communal issue to further their own agenda. In my opinion, and in my party's opinion, this does not really reflect the struggle of the women of Sandesh Khali, and I don't think it helps their struggle.
Ma'am, but the SC/ST Commission and the NCW has identified the fact that they are Hindu women, Dalit women, and they are being identified and then targeted.
I think the women have never said that, because the women, in fact, the women have accused those of other communities. They have named leaders of other communities who have been involved in a sexual assault on them. I would go by the women's statements. I would not go by a narrow agenda of the BJP to try and communalize a spontaneous uprising of women against the TMC's repressive policies. And I would say that every politician who goes there in solidarity should listen to the women's voices and not try and change it into a struggle on the basis of religious community identification. In my experience as a women's activist, this always weakens struggles.
All right, getting some more breaking updates coming in. National SC, National Commission for Scheduled Castes, led by Chairman Arun Haldar, will visit the region. They have just reached, in fact, a short while from now. They have just reached Sandesh Khali block of West Bengal's 24 Parganas district. Just reached right now. We'll, of course, sort of get to those visuals which are coming in on that. Now, the members of the commission are meeting the family members of the women's victims of alleged sexual harassment and hold a meeting with district magistrate and the superintendent of police. Later on, we can expect that this commission will be holding a press conference. So those visuals also will be on your screen very soon, viewers. At the same time, we have been seeing that protests are continuing in Sandesh Khali for the 6th consecutive day, with a significant number of women taking to the streets. That is what we are learning of right now. Big update coming on Republic TV right now. Viewers. And in fact, let's go ahead and play out the reactions of Arun Haldar, who is a National SC Commission chairman.
जी संदेश खाली का रिपोर्ट मेरे पास आया है। कुछ जगह में कुछ बहुत लोग कुछ बोलने चाहता है, उन लोगों को बोलने का मौका नहीं दे रहा है, और वो अनुसूचित जाति वर्गों का लोग है। हम उनको सुनने के लिए जा रहे हैं। पूरा कमीशन आया है, ये पूरी कमीशन के साथ सहयोग करना चाहिए सबको। क्या रिपोर्ट है, ये रिपोर्ट देने के लिए, और ये काम मैं स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से कराएंगे। हम दिल्ली से आके जो प्रॉब्लम है इन लोगों का, यही बात सुन के मैं गवर्नमेंट की रिपोर्ट देंगे। अब गवर्नमेंट को इनका ही काम है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का काम है ये, और ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल बॉडी है, ये कोई पॉलिटिकल मैटर नहीं है। इसमें ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल बॉडी जाएगा, इधर में कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल राइट देने का हमारा काम है। जो इंक्वायरी हुआ है हम लोग सुना है, हमारा पास रिपोर्ट पुलिस से भी दिया है। अभी वो सास क्या झूठ है पता चलेगा, लोगों से बात करने के बाद ही पता चल सकता है ना। अभी एक तरफा रिपोर्ट से तो पता नहीं चलेगा ना। तो इसीलिए फुल कमीशन आया। मेरे साथ हमारा ऑनरेबल मेंबर सुभाष पारधी जी आए, ये हमारा ऑनरेबल मेंबर एक्स MP डॉक्टर अंजू बाला मैडम है, हमारे साथ हमारे DIG है, पुलिस सेक्शन के भी लोग हैं, डायरेक्टर सभी लोग आया है। इस बाहर का लोग है, इधर का परिस्थिति जानने के लिए आ रहा है, और कल 11 बजे महामहिम राष्ट्रपति से हम लोग रिपोर्ट भेजेंगे।
All right, viewers, viewers, we are being joined by Saiket Pal and we also being joined by Anirban. Saiket is right now at Sandesh Khali. I'm coming to you, Saiket. If you could take our viewers, Saiket, to exactly what is happening around you. We know that just a short while back, Arun Haldar, who is a National SC Commission chairman, has reached the spot in Sandesh Khali. What do you see around you? All right, let's go to Anirban. Saiket will come back to him. I'll come back to you because we're getting some issue connecting to you. You get your audio clear. We'll come back to you. I just want Anirban back with us. Anirban is joining us from the Republic Bangla Newsroom, a sister channel. Anirban, I'm coming to you. Just right now, we see that the National Commission for Scheduled Castes, NCSC Chairman Arun Haldar has reached with his members. What can we expect next now? We know they will speak to the victim's family, then they will also hold a press conference.
Yes, he has gone to the spot for taking stock of the situation and talking to the victims of the families who are heart-wrenching incidents of sexual violence has touched the heart of everyone in the nation except the police and Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee. A while ago, representative team has gone to Raj Bhavan to meet the governor of West Bengal, and they are because of the incident that has taken place in Chopra. They are there in the Raj Bhavan for arranging BSF for the whole incident, but they are even now they are keeping mum on the incidents of Sandesh Khali. And when asked by our reporter Santufan, Chandrima Bhattacharya, the finance minister of the state, has told that if anything has happened, we will take action. Law will take its own course of action. This is the stand of Trinamool Congress, and that's why the representatives, another team of representatives of BJP MLAs in the leadership of Shubhendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition in the state, is going to Sandesh Khali today once again. Chandana Baudi, Shankar Ghosh, Shubhendu Adhikari, these are the MLAs who are also suspended from the assembly and who staged the dharna within the assembly for last 1 hour. You have seen that in our television in Republic Bangla and from our live coverage that they are sitting dharna for last 1 hour, and they are now moving to Sandesh Khali. And Arun Haldar, the chairman of National SC Commission, is there in Sandesh Khali taking stock of the situation, talking to the victims, and there are 2 or 3 victims there still today who is alleging to Arun Haldar that without giving assistance to them, in spite of giving assistance to them, actually police is threatening them.
Police is in connivance with the Sheikh Shahjahan and his aides, are threatening to the actual victims of the sexual violence and telling them that these people will go after 2 or 3 days. These media people, from the center, various center organizations like NCW, like National Commission for SC and ST, and after that will be in the hand of Sheikh Shahjahan, and he'll be in the hand of TMC. He'll be at the mercy of TMC and Sheikh Shahjahan and his aides. So be prepared for those days. These are the languages that have been told to the victims of Sandesh Khali, and they're being threatened in this language till today, and that is the situation here in the state of West Bengal.
Right. Well, we're getting those details coming in right now, and visuals on a screen of the National Commission for Scheduled Castes Chairman Arun Haldar. He has reached a spot, a lot of media presence as well. Take us through also, when it comes to the kind of events that we can expect later on. At one point we see that in Sandesh Khali, the National Commission for Scheduled Castes chairman has reached. On the other hand, a lot of protests happening outside the West Bengal Assembly, led by Shubhendu Adhikari. All right, Saket, if you can hear me, I'm coming to you right now. Saket, I'm coming to you. And if you could take our viewers through what do you see behind you and around you. You are at Sandesh Khali, and that's where our top story is coming from. Exclusive visuals on Republic of the National Scheduled Caste Chairman, the National Commission for Scheduled Caste Chairman, Arun Haldar, who has just reached the spot. Speaking to the media right now, what is he saying?
Actually, National AC Commission Chairperson, Chairman Arun Haldar reached the spot. He visited the victim's family. He told to he meet the victim's family, especially victim ladies who was alleging for sexual harassment. And right now, I am here almost 6 kilometers before Sandesh Khali area. I am trying to see you. Here is the. Here has the all over a barricade and a check post made by police, and this is preparation to protect any kind of crowd. We will try to enter Sandesh Khali area, and this is the situation. Some police persons, a huge police force has been deployed here in the leadership of DG ranked officer, DG SCRB here, and a huge police force deployed here to protect any kind of political delegation who are willing to enter Sandesh Khali. And today, SC Commission Chairman Arun Haldar reached Sandesh Khali. He meets the victim ladies and he ensures the justice who are alleging for sexual harassment against one Shibu Hajra, Uttam Sardar, and Sheikh Shahjahan also. He meets that victim family, he meets that victim ladies, and he ensures for justice. And today also was Section 144 imposed at quite area, so that any kind of violence, violence spread, and mobile internet suspended quite area at Sandesh Khali to protect any kind of violence, so that area, the situation of Sandesh Khali bring calm down, and the normality of this area, of this Sandesh Khali area. Police persons, police administration deployed huge force here. I'm try to watch the scenario again. This is the barricade made by police. This is the barricade made by police. They don't want to enter any kind of political persons, any kind of political delegations, and here is the huge force deployed here in the leadership of DG ranked officer, DG SCRB, Mr. Siddhinath Gupta, and Mr. Gupta ensures that the violence, any kind of crowd, any kind of violence will almost 10 days already 10 days passed. Situation is getting quite down, but allegations of sexual harassment, alleging by the people, alleging by the residents of Sandesh Khali. They try to speak spot. Arun Haldar listens to the victim ladies, victim families, and he ensures given by the commission.
Right. All right. So getting those top details coming in right now. Saket is at the spot, Sandesh Khali. That's where Saket is. And Saket is also getting us all the top details coming in. So what we see right now are multiple updates coming just from West Bengal today itself. It's day 10 of women's uprising in Sandesh Khali. On one hand, we see Suvendu Adhikari leading those protests outside the assembly. 6 BJP MLAs were suspended 2 days ago. Right now, 4 of the suspended BJP MLAs are leading the protests outside the West Bengal assembly. The BJP MLAs have been asking for answers from the Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee. Taking a very short break, much more coming up as we keep getting you top updates. Supreme Court strikes down electoral bonds in a unanimous verdict, says scheme against Constitution.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
आज यूनाइटेड अरब अमीरात की धरती ने मानवीय इतिहास का एक नया स्वर्णिम अध्याय लिखा है। आज अबू धाबी में भव्य और दिव्य मंदिर का लोकार्पण हो रहा है। इस पल के पीछे वर्षों की मेहनत लगी है। इसमें वर्षों पुराना सपना जुड़ा हुआ है और इसमें भगवान स्वामीनारायण का आशीर्वाद जुड़ा है। आज प्रमुख स्वामी जिस दिव्य लोक में होंगे, उनकी आत्मा जहां होगी वहां प्रसन्नता का अनुभव कर रही होगी। पूज्य प्रमुख स्वामी के साथ मेरा नाता एक प्रकार से पिता पुत्र का नाता रहा। मेरे लिए एक पितृतुल्य भाव से जीवन के एक लंबे कालखंड तक उनका सानिध्य मिलता रहा, उनके आशीर्वाद मिलते रहे और शायद कुछ लोगों को सुनकर आश्चर्य होगा कि मैं सीएम था तब भी, पीएम था तब भी अगर कोई चीज उनको पसंद नहीं आती थी तो मुझे स्पष्ट शब्दों में मार्गदर्शन करते थे।
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the nation's sharpest opinion. An interesting but very significant development was lost amidst the headlines today. Sonia Gandhi has, by all indications, retired. She has retired from electoral politics. Not going to fight Lok Sabha elections. Sonia Gandhi, at a time when her party is disintegrating, breaking, wilting in relevance, at a time when her party is being avoided like the plague, insulted by every other potential ally from ground level cadre to, ladies and gentlemen, generational loyalists. Sonia Gandhi has done the smart thing and understood it's not going to work, that she can't win an election anymore. She's opted out of the Lok Sabha. The significance should be lost on no one that Sonia Gandhi has retired from electoral politics just on the eve of the 2024 elections, before the Congress is projected to have its most
Republic Niva Bhupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Day 2 of the farmers' protest. The Shambhu border has been completely jam-packed with thousands of the farmers are on the roads. Here we are reporting from the mid of the protesting site, and you can see the visuals that how they are spend the entire night here on the roads in their tractors, trolleys, and after having the breakfast, now they are preparing the strategy how to move on. So here you can see the visuals that how the farmers has been preparing their strategies, and in fact after spending the entire night on the road, thousands of the people have spent night on the road with their tractors and the trolleys. Such kind of trolleys has been prepared to spend the night. You can see the visuals as well. Even the yesterday, the similar visuals, the similar people in a similar position, and in fact today as well they will try to march towards Delhi from that Shambhu border to cross the security layers of Haryana police. And in fact the way they yesterday did, just because yesterday there was a panic situation between the Haryana police and the farmers, and in fact when they tried to cross the borders, tear gas shells has been fired in a massive number, and in fact to protect the barricades they have deployed at Shambhu border. So see that today as well, and even the last night, their leader Sarwan Singh Pandher, Jagjit Singh Dallewal, they had made it very clear that tomorrow again they will start their march towards the Delhi, and in fact tonight they were spending here at Shambhu border itself. So last night entirely jam-packed Shambhu border with the farmers as they were sleeping in the tractors and the trolleys, and in fact today morning they are preparing the strategies how to move on from this very much point towards the border, Shambhu border, to cross the barricades. To cross the barricades deployed by Haryana police. And in fact, if my camera person can show you the barricades they have put, they are making some technical strategies, and they themselves put these police barricades along at the protesting site, and in fact they are preparing the layers how to move on and how to break the security layers. There's 6 to 7 security layers of Haryana police with the paramilitary forces. So see, you can see that even the Haryana police have also used the drones and tear gas shells, and they have used the rubber bullets to stop the farmers. So this is the situation that is actually turning up at Shambhu border, and even this is the situation that is turning up at the Shambhu border on day 2 of the protest. Farmers are preparing strategy. Their leaders are leading the protest. They have spent entire night in the tractor and trolleys, and morning they are preparing strategies how to move further towards the Delhi.
ये मंदिर पूरी दुनिया के लिए सांप्रदायिक सौहार्द और वैश्विक एकता का प्रतीक बनेगा। भाइयों और बहनों, यूएई के मिनिस्टर ऑफ टॉलरेंस हिज एक्सेलेंसी शेख नायान अल मुबारक यहां विशेष तौर पर उपस्थित है, और उन्होंने भाव भी जो व्यक्त किए, जो बातें हमारे सामने रखी, वो हमारे उन सपनों को मजबूत करने का उनके शब्दों में उन्होंने वर्णन किया है। मैं उनका आभारी हूं। साथियों, इस मंदिर के निर्माण में यूएई की सरकार की जो भूमिका रही, उसकी जितनी तारीफ की जाए उतनी कम है। लेकिन इस भव्य मंदिर का स्वप्न साकार करने में अगर सबसे बड़ा सहयोग किसी का है तो मेरे ब्रदर हिज हाइनेस शेख मोहम्मद बिन जायद का है। मुझे पता है कि प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ यूएई की पूरी गवर्नमेंट ने कितने बड़े दिल से करोड़ों भारतवासियों की इच्छा को पूरा किया है, और इन्होंने सिर्फ यहां नहीं 140 करोड़ हिंदुस्तानियों के दिल को जीत लिया है। मैं इस मंदिर के विचार से लेकर एक प्रकार से प्रमुख स्वामी जी के स्वप्न से लेकर के स्वप्न बाद में विचार में परिवर्तित हुआ, यानी विचार से लेकर इसके साथ
The Supreme Court strikes down electoral bonds in a unanimous verdict, says scheme against Constitution. Scheduled Caste Commission chairman with the two others reaches Sandesh Khale to look into mass rape allegations. BJP's six-member fact-finding team appointed by JP Nadda to visiting Sandesh Khale tomorrow. Right, breaking news coming in. The Rail Roko demonstration by protesting farmers began in parts of Punjab. A number of protesters were seen sitting on railway tracks in Rajpura. Now, remember, the farmers had decided to block trains today, and they, of course, held 3 rounds with the centre, yet they went ahead with the Rail Roko protest. They had decided on nearly 10 protest sites for the Rail Roko protest, in which the BKU Gran and BKU would have participated jointly, and now the farmers are staging a Rail Roko protest in Punjab. You can see that a number of protesters are seen sitting on railway tracks in Rajpura. Farmers. My colleague Piyush is joining us on the phone line. A very good afternoon to you, Piyush. Now, we can see that the farmers are sitting on the railway tracks. Yesterday, of course, was a bad situation where the cops had to fire tear gas shells. I hope today the security arrangements are in place.
So definitely, good afternoon to you. And right now I'm reporting from the Shambhu border area where the situation is calm. And the protesters over here have been told very specifically that until and unless there is no direction that is being given to them after the meeting that is going to be held at 5 p.m. today by the farm leaders with the central leadership, there is going to be no action that is going to be taken by them in order to move ahead from Haryana to Delhi. Having said that, today there is also a kind of Rail Roko campaign which has been launched by another farm organization called Bharatiya Kisan Union Agrohan Unit, in which you are seeing that several of the railway tracks where the trains are crossing have been blocked by this organization, in particular Bharatiya Kisan Union Agrohan Unit. And from the images and from the visuals you saw, you are seeing the visuals of how some of the leaders, some of the persons who are affiliated with this unit have blocked the Rajpura railway track. And in addition to this, there are also 5-6 more railway tracks in Punjab area which have been blocked. So the situation on the ground is that, yes, the protesters are over here in substantial numbers at Shambhu border and in other borders that are bordering Punjab and Haryana. But at the main point, which is the Shambhu border, where you also saw dramatic visuals of tear gas being lobbed and also rubber bullets being fired, you are seeing that today, at least, the protesters have been asked to maintain peace till the time there is no conclusion which comes out following the 5 p.m. meeting, which the farm leaders are going to have with the central leadership. Back in the studio.
Right. Thank you, Piyush, for that update. Thank you, Piyush, for those details. A very important statement coming from the farmer leaders that they will not make any fresh attempt to move towards the national capital till the meeting is held, which, of course, my colleague Piyush told that is likely to happen at 5 p.m. today in the evening. Moving on to other breaking news. Shuvendu Adhikari leaves for Sandesh Khali. Now, another breaking news we have got that Shuvendu Adhikari has left for Sandesh Khali. Remember, viewers, Section 1, Article 144 was imposed. Section 144 was imposed in Sandesh Khali, and the BJP leaders were, of course, not allowed to protest yesterday. Barricades were put up, and now Shuvendu Adhikari leaves for Sandesh Khali. Earlier, let us remind you that police had detained the West Bengal chief Sukanta Majumdar and other leaders while they were sitting on a protest outside the SP office. Now, breaking news coming there. Shuvendu Adhikari leaves for Sandesh Khali. There is, of course, a scuffle between the protesters and Mamata Banerjee's cops. As you can see on your screen, there's a scuffle between the protesters and the cops out there. Shuvendu Adhikari, breaking news coming in. He leaves for Sandesh Khali. Now he will visit and meet the locals in Sandesh Khali. The West Bengal BJP leader Shuvendu Adhikari, he will meet the locals in Sandesh Khali. Senior BJP leader said that he will march to Sandesh Khali, which has been witnessing protests over alleged atrocities on villagers by the TMC leaders, which of course he has said. Right, remember, big breaking news coming in that Shuvendu Adhikari has left for Sandesh Khali. He is going to meet the locals there. West Bengal BJP leader is going to meet the locals at Sandesh Khali. Let us remind you, viewers, that that Section 144 was imposed in Sandesh Khali just yesterday. This, of course, is... there was a women's uprising, just a bit of a backgrounder. Women's uprising over mass rape allegations in Sandesh Khali, which were leveled, of course, against Shah Jahan Sheikh. Now, senior BJP leader Shuvendu Adhikari has left for Sandesh Khali, which has been witnessing protests over alleged atrocities. Now, news and wrap from across the country. Pakistan-based terrorists set fire to the forest near the line of control in Digwar sector of Poonch district. The forest was set on fire with the purpose of aiding Pakistani terrorists in their infiltration into the Indian territory.
A week after curfew was announced in Haldwani following the violence over the demolition of an illegal building, the administration has announced curfew relaxation for a few hours. The curfew will be relaxed for 2 hours from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. in Banbhulpura area. The Delhi High Court received an email on the evening of 14th of February with a threat of a bomb blast set to take place today. The threat was set to the Registrar General of the High Court. Authorities have beefed up the security outside the Delhi High Court following the information of the bomb threat. A team of India Air Force personnel carried out a ground-based search, rescue and casualty evacuation training in Zanskar Valley. The air warriors were familiarized with the terrain, evacuation, search and rescue procedures. On BJP leaders being booked in Mangalore, Karnataka, BJP President B.Y. Vijendra criticized the Siddaramaiah government, accusing it of losing confidence ahead of the upcoming Lok Sabha polls. He claimed that the government's swift action in filing FIRs against BJP leaders indicates their desperation.
Sloganing of Jai Shri Ram, is it anti-democratic? See, unfortunately, the present government under the leadership of Siddaramaiah ji, just hearing the name of Lord Ram, they are getting disturbed. They are totally disturbed, especially after January 22nd Ram Prana Pratishthapan. Because they are totally losing hopes on next Lok Sabha election here in Karnataka.
Now, Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav filed his nomination for Rajya Sabha elections. BJP National President JP Nadda is expected to file the nomination from Gujarat and BJP leader Ashok Chavan from Maharashtra. Now, following yesterday's incident where Pakistan Ranger fired upon a BSF post in the Makwal area, terrorists from Pakistan set fire to the forest near the line of control. The forest was set on fire with the purpose of aiding Pakistani terrorists in their infiltration into the Indian territory. Gursimran gets you more on this.
Security forces have sounded an alert along the line of control after Pakistan sets the area of the forest near LOC on fire in the Digwar sector of the Poonch district. The incident similarly at a time when the Pakistani Rangers resorted to ceasefire violation in the Jammu's Makwal area. Important to mention that this has been modus operandi of the Pakistan along the line of control to facilitate the infiltration of the terrorists from the Pakistani launch pads, the terror camps to the Indian territory, taking the advantage of their divergent tactics. And now the security forces have sounded an alert along the complete stretch of the line of control in the Poonch and the Rajouri districts that have been on the radar of the Pakistan for a longer period of time, and multiple acts of terror have been committed by the Pakistani terror group in the twin districts. And now the security forces are keeping a strict watch on every development from the Pakistan side. With Sarjeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
Time to slip in a short break. Coming up, Supreme Court strikes down electoral bonds in unanimous verdict, says scheme against Constitution. This and much more after a very short break. Stay tuned.
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bupa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio partner. Niva Bupa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
इनके वजह से हमारा रोजगार नहीं चल रहा है, बिल्कुल रोजगार नहीं चल रहा है।
भूखा मर जाएगा सारा आम आदमी तो भाई।
भैया नुकसान तो बहुत ज्यादा हो रहा है, चारों तरफ से रास्ता बंद है, ना तो सीएनजी मिल रही है और सवारियों को भी बहुत ज्यादा परेशानी हो रही है। बहुत सारे हमारे भाई हैं जो किराए की ऑटो चलाते हैं, किराया कहाँ से दें, अब सवारी कहीं मिल ही नहीं रही है।
इसमें गरीब आदमी मर रहा है।
Right now I'm standing at Tikri border. Tikri border is the conjoining border between Delhi and Haryana. Here you can see the auto drivers are over here, standing over here, and the autos are standing at this very point because all those roads are blocked and heavy barricading are being done at this very point because we have been speaking to the senior officials of Delhi police and Haryana police as well, and they said that they have done a 7 layering of barricading at this very point so that farmers who are protesting and planning to move to Delhi won't be able to go towards the Delhi side. Right now I'm joined by some of the auto workers who have been facing a lot of difficulties. सर ये बताइए कि आप लोगों को क्या क्या नुकसान हो रहा है?
भैया नुकसान तो बहुत ज्यादा हो रहा है, चारों तरफ से रास्ता बंद है, ना तो सीएनजी मिल रही है और सवारियों को भी बहुत ज्यादा परेशानी हो रही है।
सभी को परेशानी चल रही है जी, सभी को परेशानी चल रही है। और 2 दिन से
गाड़ियों में गैस नहीं है, किराए की ऑटो चला रहे हैं, बहुत सारे हमारे भाई हैं जो किराए की ऑटो चलाते हैं, किराया कहाँ से दें, और बहुत सारी परेशानी है। वो आगे बैरिकेड लगा दिए हैं, ना उधर से जाने देते ना इधर से जाने देते।
तो आपको सवारी कहाँ में मिल रही है?
अब सवारी कहीं मिल ही नहीं रही है, इंतजार कर रहे हैं सवारियों का। अगर
सब नुकसान हो रहा है,
सारा नुकसान हो रहा है। दुकानों पे से पनीर नहीं जा रहा है, सप्लाई नहीं हो रही है, कोई भी कुछ सारा नुकसान में जा रहे हैं भाई, कोई फायदा नहीं है, कुछ नहीं हो रहा।
नुकसान के अलावा कुछ भी नहीं हो रहा है। ये जो अभी रास्ता आप खुद देख रहे हो बंद पड़ा है, इनकी वजह से हमारा रोजगार नहीं चल रहा है, बिल्कुल रोजगार नहीं चल रहा है। और ये चीज
सवारी चल रही है हमारी शुरू से ही 15 रुपए थी, अब भी 15 ही मिल रही है और घूम के जाना पड़ता है, रूट भी ज्यादा लंबा हो गया भाई, और बहुत ज्यादा परेशानी हो रही है कुल मिला के।
भूखा मर जाएगा सारा आम आदमी तो भाई।
अच्छा, आपके किसानों से कोई आह्वान है, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे आप किसानों से? क्या उनको ये प्रोटेस्ट जो है धरना वापस लेना चाहिए?
भाई अपना बैठ कर सारी बात कर ले भाई, इतना नुकसान उनका भी हमारा भी है, सबका नुकसान नहीं है भाई।
नुकसान है, व्हीकल टूटने लग रहा है, गलियों में से निकालो व्हीकल टूट रहे, क्या फायदा? वो तो अपने शांति प्रिय चाहते हो जाए, लेकिन सरकार मान तो नहीं रही है ना। वो भी ये चाह रहे शांति से मान जाए, अपना निपटारा हो जाए, लेकिन सरकार कर नहीं रही है ऐसा। इसमें गरीब आदमी मर रहा है।
ये विनती है कि हमारे भी बच्चे पलने दो।
There you see the ground situation over here. The auto drivers who have been working here are saying that they are facing a lot of difficulties over here at this point of time because the roads are choked over here. No one is allowed to move. All those roads which move towards the Tikri side have been blocked, and 6 to 7 layers of barricading have been done, and they have been demanding from the farmers as well that they should call on their protest very soon. With video journalist Bisham Aqil for Republic TV.
जब दिल्ली में अक्षरधाम का निर्माण हो रहा था तो उनके आशीर्वाद से मैं शिलान्यास कार्यक्रम में था, तब तो मैं राजनीति में भी कुछ नहीं था। और उस दिन मैंने कहा था कि गुरु की हम बहुत तारीफ तो करते रहते हैं, लेकिन कभी सोचा है कि किसी गुरु ने कहा कि यमुना के तट पर अपना भी कोई स्थान हो और शिष्य रूपी प्रमुख स्वामी महाराज ने अपने गुरु की उस इच्छा को परिपूर्ण कर दिया था। आज मैं भी उसी एक शिष्य भाव से यहां आपके सामने उपस्थित हूं कि आज प्रमुख स्वामी महाराज का सपना हम पूरा कर पाए हैं। आज बसंत पंचमी का पवित्र त्योहार भी है, पूज्य शास्त्री जी महाराज की जन्म जयंती भी है। ये बसंत पंचमी, ये पर्व मां सरस्वती का पर्व है। मां सरस्वती यानी बुद्धि और विवेक की मानवीय प्रज्ञा और चेतना की देवी।
Breaking news coming in the midst of the Samajwadi Party split, the BJP is set to nominate its 8th candidate for the Uttar Pradesh Rajya Sabha elections. Nadda is ready to file his nomination. JP Nadda is going to file his Rajya Sabha nomination. Breaking news coming in there. JP Nadda is ready to file his Rajya Sabha nomination. Breaking news coming in, viewers. Time to slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, Supreme Court strikes down electoral bonds in a unanimous verdict, says scheme against Constitution.
Very, very happy to announce that Niva Bupa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio model. Niva Bupa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them. Good evening and welcome. Today, Mamta Banerjee unleashed another round of brutality against all those who are questioning the Trinamool Congress-led political rape of countless women in Sandesh Khali in Bengal. Republic journalists were targeted and beaten, especially those from Republic Bangla. Political leaders had spinal injuries, landed up in ICUs and hospitals. In other words, Mamta Banerjee is providing full state support to the mafia of her party. But what she cannot stop is the truth today. Today, more women have come out and all of them in their testimonies are saying one thing, just one thing, that Trinamool Congress leaders have been raping women, using their political clout, raping them repeatedly, raping them endlessly. Viewers, more survivors are also saying that the police is trying to torture them by asking them to provide evidence that they have been raped, asking rape victims to come up with medical records. And I ask tonight, how heartless can Mamta Banerjee get? A woman leader asking women to provide evidence of rape months after the ghastly acts. Mamta Banerjee, what are you doing? Are you not answerable to anything? Are you not answerable even to your conscience if it exists? Lastly, to the sold-out Lutyens and Mamta media, shame on you. Shame on all of you for trying to cover up till now the horrors of Sandesh Khali. You cannot anymore because the nation is watching.
आज यूनाइटेड अरब अमीरात की धरती ने मानवीय इतिहास का एक नया स्वर्णिम अध्याय लिखा है। आज अबू धाबी में भव्य और दिव्य मंदिर का लोकार्पण हो रहा है। इस पल के पीछे वर्षों की मेहनत लगी है। इसमें वर्षों पुराना सपना जुड़ा हुआ है और इसमें भगवान स्वामीनारायण का आशीर्वाद जुड़ा है। आज प्रमुख स्वामी जिस दिव्य लोक में होंगे, उनकी आत्मा जहां होगी वहां प्रसन्नता का अनुभव कर रही होगी। पूज्य प्रमुख स्वामी के साथ मेरा नाता एक प्रकार से पिता पुत्र का नाता रहा। मेरे लिए एक पितृतुल्य भाव से जीवन के एक लंबे कालखंड तक उनका सानिध्य मिलता रहा, उनके आशीर्वाद मिलते रहे। और शायद कुछ लोगों को सुनकर आश्चर्य होगा कि मैं सीएम था तब भी, पीएम था तब भी, अगर कोई चीज उनको पसंद नहीं आती थी तो मुझे स्पष्ट शब्दों में मार्गदर्शन करते थे।
यूएई की राजधानी अबुधाबी में पहला विराट हिंदू मंदिर बनकर तैयार है। तो यूएई से भी लोग आए हैं, भारत से भी आए हैं और भारत के बाहर दूसरे देशों से भी आए हैं। मुझे आप बताइए, आप भी आइए, मुझे बताइए आप कहां से आए हैं?
मैं वासुदेव कृष्ण शास्त्री, काठमांडू से मैं आया हूं और नेपाल से। और हमारे साथ रवि भाई बेलायत से हैं और हम लोग काफी लोग आए हैं। मेरी पत्नी
नेपाल से आए हैं, क्या लाए हैं?
तो यहाँ स्पेशल मैंने भगवान शालिग्राम जो है यहाँ स्पेशल यहाँ के जो अक्षरधाम मंदिर के देने के लिए ले आए हैं। तो यहाँ देंगे, यहाँ पूजा होगी। हमें गौरव है सनातन हिंदू परंपरा के ऊपर कि दुबई पहली बार इतना बड़ा हिंदू मंदिर बन रहा है।
तो भेंट स्वरूप आप शालिग्राम
जी, और पूजा भी किए। सुबह यहाँ प्राण प्रतिष्ठा में भी रहे हम लोग, पूजा प्राण प्रतिष्ठा भी हुई सुबह और भेंट के रूप में हमने शालिग्राम।
प्राण प्रतिष्ठा में क्या हुआ अगर आप?
सुबह प्राण प्रतिष्ठा में पहले क्या होता है कि जो प्राण प्रतिष्ठा का दो विधान है, शास्त्रीय वास्तुशास्त्र और शास्त्रीय विधान से। पहला प्राण प्रतिष्ठा का विधान ये है कि जो भगवान का जो मूर्ति बनाया जाता है वो पत्थर का, शिला का बनाया जाता है, वो प्राण नहीं होता है। जब उसमें मंत्र द्वारा चेतना को आधान किया जाता है तो चेतना का आधान हुआ है मंत्र द्वारा।
मैंने मंदिर में अलग अलग मूर्तियां देखी क्योंकि मैं अंदर गई थी। तो
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bopa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio partner. Niva Bopa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
Viewers, we'll have a breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in, and we're getting some breaking updates at this point of time. What we can tell you right now, this is just coming in. Darshan Hiranandani has been examined by the CBI. That is right. A big update coming on Republic TV, and as we can tell you that huge update. Darshan Hiranandani has been examined by the CBI, and that's what we're learning of right now. Big breaking updates on this, and this is coming in, viewers. As we have been reporting about the link that Darshan Hiranandani has with the bribery allegations against Mahua Moitra. If you go take our viewers, Shravan, through exactly what we can expect next, Darshan Hiranandani has been examined, and this is in relation with the cash for query case, it looks like.
Well, Shivagi, the latest details now coming in. Cash for query first on Republic. We can now confirm by way of sources within the Central Bureau of Investigation that Darshan Hiranandani, businessman Darshan Hiranandani, has now been examined by the Central Bureau of Investigation. In fact, not once but twice we're being told that he has been examined in the cash for query scam. Apart from that, we are also picking up from our sources that Mahua Moitra, Trinamool Congress former parliamentarian, has also sent a reply in this entire matter. Important to point out here is that a preliminary inquiry is basically underway in the cash for query scam. So far, the Central Bureau of Investigation hasn't registered an FIR in this entire matter. Pending the inquiry, the FIR would only then be registered. But before that happens, what the Central Bureau of Investigation is essentially doing at this point in time is examining all those who are considered as stakeholders in this entire case. So we are being told that a top politician has also been called in by the Central Bureau of Investigation. His name has surfaced during the investigation or during the inquiry that has been carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Now, it's important to point out here is that an affidavit has been submitted by Darshan Hiranandani before a court is what we are picking up. In fact, not just Darshan Hiranandani, Jay Anant Dehadrai has also submitted an affidavit before the court, has also appeared before the Central Bureau of Investigation. So certainly the inquiry is gaining momentum. Remains to be seen when exactly will the Central Bureau of Investigation complete the inquiry and thereafter register an FIR in this case. If at all an FIR is actually registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation, then remember there's a high possibility that the former parliamentarian, Trinamool Congress parliamentarian, could be named in that particular case. Now, let's take you through what are the allegations that have been leveled against the former parliamentarian of Trinamool Congress. Allegation number one is that whether at all there has been some sort of a quid pro quo. Questions that were basically asked by the former parliamentarian on the floor of the parliament were at the behest of businessman Darshan Hiranandani. Remember, the ethics committee also submitted a report before the Lok Sabha speaker in which after a thorough examination, they leveled this allegation that the MP portal was actually accessed by Darshan Hiranandani. In fact, not once, multiple times. Logins have happened over 40 times is what we are given to understand. And that was not just from India, but also from outside. So that's where the question comes in, whether at all there is a breach, a security breach. Remember, these are allegations that have been completely been refuted by Mahua Moitra. She says that, there were no protocols that were essentially laid as far as the login from the portal is concerned. But what's very important to point out here is the fact that whether at all certain gifts were actually given by Darshan Hiranandani to Mahua Moitra, because that's another allegation that has been leveled against Mahua Moitra, because in the first affidavit that was given by Darshan Hiranandani, he had made a mention of the fact that there were expensive gifts that were given to Mahua Moitra. Was this in lieu of questions that were asked by Mahua Moitra on the floor of the parliament or not? Remember, that becomes a basis for this entire investigation, whether at all there is any sort of quid pro quo or not. Because remember, these are serious questions, because large number of questions that were basically asked by Mahua Moitra on the floor of the parliament were pertaining to a business conglomerate who happens to be a direct sort of rival to Darshan Hiranandani's company. That is the reason why the question really comes up. Was this being done for some sort of a motive that was put across? So all this put together, what's very important to point out is that it does seem more trouble for the former parliamentarian, with a reply now being examined. If at all there is a merit in this particular case, the CBI will thereafter register an FIR.
All right, so what we see is a big deal coming in. Sherwin, if you could take our viewers through exactly what the history has been when we talk about Darshan Hiranandani. Just take us through, in the entire episode which took place. Mahua Moitra, ethics panel, and the serious allegations which really questioned the integrity of Mahua Moitra as a member of parliament back then. It's a very, very huge story we covered here on Republic TV. Well, Shravan is getting us top updates coming in. Shravan, if you can hear me, just take our viewers through, what else can we expect next because of the kind of allegations we have been seeing against Mahua Moitra. Then we saw Darshan Hiranandani, a billionaire. He's a billionaire. Shravan, if you could take our viewers through the kind of allegations the CBI is also looking at and the entire background when it comes to cash for query case, the entire issue which we covered in Republic TV, where we saw Mahua Moitra's integrity being questioned as a member of parliament, somebody holding a constitutional chair, and then the link between both of them.
Well, as far as the CBI is concerned, in the preliminary inquiry, all that they are concerned is whether at all there has been any quid pro quo, whether at all the former parliamentarian has received some sort of kickbacks, and was there some sort of a motive behind asking these very questions on the floor of the parliament. That forms one basis of this entire investigation. Now, whether at all there have been some sort of a security breach, that may not really come into the domain of the investigation that is being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation, or perhaps may not be the top priority for the Central Bureau of Investigation, but that is something that would be decided at a later stage. Now, the preliminary inquiry perhaps is going to take some more time. Once it is completed, remember, that's when the FIR is actually registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation. That's a procedure that is generally followed by the Central Agency before an FIR is actually registered. Now, this is based on the report that came in from the Lokpal, asking the Central Bureau of Investigation to look into some of these allegations that have been leveled. We're being told that the Central Bureau of Investigation had also got in touch with the Lok Sabha Speaker's office seeking a report of the ethics committee, is what we are being told right now. That report has been submitted to the Central Bureau of Investigation. They are looking into all these allegations that have been leveled. A quick recap of all that we know so far in terms of the allegations that have been leveled against Mahua Moitra. That is about asking over 60 questions on the floor of the parliament against one particular business conglomerate, and it turns out that these are questions that were not drafted by the parliamentarian herself, but rather Darshan Hiranandani, who happens to be an arch rival of that very business conglomerate. So that is the reason why questions were basically being raised about propriety, whether at all she has flouted certain rules, whether at all she has received certain gifts, expensive gifts, in lieu of the questions that she had asked on the floor of the parliament. Remember, these are allegations that have been leveled against her. The former parliamentarian, has actually refuted all the allegations that have been leveled against her.
Right. Well, thank you for joining us with all the details coming in. Shravan Said getting us top updates on this big story. Darshan Hiranandani has been examined by the CBI, and this is source-based information coming in here on Republic TV. Let's go ahead to the other breaking update coming in right now. Now the NCP factional disqualification case. On this, we have got for you viewers that the Maharashtra Speaker Rahul Narvekar will be pronouncing this decision at 4:30 p.m. today, addressing petitions filed by two NCP factions against each other in compliance with the Supreme Court's directives. That is what we are learning of right now, viewers. Disqualification plea filed by two NCP factions. That's what we are getting for you, where Maharashtra Speaker Rahul Narvekar will be pronouncing decision at 4:30 p.m. today, addressing the petitions filed by two NCP factions against each other in compliance with the Supreme Court's directives. So that is the war, NCP versus NCP war, that we have been seeing play out for the past few weeks now. And the entire case has also gone completely legal. Let's go to Alicia, who's joining us at this point of time. Alicia, if you take our viewers through what we can expect next, this entire war of which is the real NCP, we have been seeing it play out for the longest time now. If you could take our viewers through what we can expect today itself, will we come to know today about who is the real NCP?
Well, yes, Shivangi, we know that today Maharashtra Assembly Speaker Rahul Narvekar, who is going to pronounce its decision over the NCP versus NCP disqualification plea that has been filed from both the faction. We know that in July 2023, when Ajit Pawar decided to rebel against Sharad Pawar, and he has taken oath as a Deputy Chief Minister along with 9 MLAs, after which Sharad Pawar has filed for a disqualification plea before the ECI as well as before the Assembly Speaker as well. We know that last week, where EC has already given a decision over the majority of the MLA, MP and MLC with the Ajit Pawar faction as well as with the Sharad Pawar faction, where EC has allotted a party symbol as well as party name to Ajit Pawar, clearly mentioning that Ajit Pawar is the real NCP, and the clock symbol as well as the party name, that is the Nationalist Congress Party, the name has been given to Ajit Pawar faction. But now it's a disqualification plea that has been filed by both the faction. In overall, whether it is MLA, MP as well as MLC, there are in total 81 numbers that has been given, out of which 57, according to the ECI order, whereas 57 are with NCP led by Ajit Pawar, whereas 28 are with Sharad Pawar. But today, where Rahul Narvekar has already had a lengthy discussions over the pleas that has been filed from both the faction, and at around 4:30, where it will be a live broadcast where Rahul Narvekar is going to pronounce its verdict over who is the real NCP.
Right. If you could take our viewers through exactly the entire, war of words over who is the real NCP, that we have been seeing this for the longest time now. Remember that Sharad Pawar has also moved the Supreme Court challenging the decision of the ECI, recognizing Ajit Pawar's faction as a real NCP. And this is something which has really rocked Maharashtra politics. Today, of course, we will get to know more details, Kamal. But Alisha, it has been a very long journey when it comes to this entire issue.
Well, Shivangi, as I mentioned that in July 2023, where Ajit Pawar, along with 9 MLAs who has joined hands with the BJP and Shiv Sena led by Eknath Shinde, and Ajit Pawar, who took oath as a Deputy Chief Minister, and there are other MLAs who sworn as the Cabinet Minister in the Maharashtra government. After which Sharad Pawar faction has went to the court, but court made it very much clear that it is under ECI, and of course it will be over the disqualification petition. It is this Maharashtra Assembly Speaker who need to decide over who are they come under the constitution and who will be disqualified. It is something Maharashtra Speaker has to decide. We know that ECI has clearly given its order last week, where which allotted symbol and the party name to Ajit Pawar, mentioning even about the majorities as well. As we talk about the majority, along with MLA, MP and MLC, there are 57 who are with the majority is with Ajit Pawar, whereas 28 are with Sharad Pawar. But today, where they were Maharashtra Speaker who already held a lengthy and a long discussion, they have all the NCP leaders have been called in, MLA, MPs, and there are several documents that has already been submitted to the Speaker. Looking after the majority is something where the Maharashtra Speaker is going to made it clear and going to pronounce its verdict whether who is the real NCP, or whether the fact in EC has clearly given the symbol and the party symbol and the party name to Ajit Pawar, making it very much clear that Ajit Pawar is the real NCP. But it's now over the disqualification, because both the faction has filed a disqualification, clearly mentioning that they have overruled the constitution, that is the 10th schedule, and that is something to be maintained. That is what the petition that was first affidavit that was filed by Ajit Pawar, Sharad Pawar against Ajit Pawar faction, asking to disqualify 9 and later 25. In over 25 MLA's disqualification plea, the affidavit that has been filed by the Sharad Pawar faction, and later where even we know that Ajit Pawar has also been filed. But today at 4:30 p.m. where Rahul Narvekar is going to pronounce its verdict over the disqualification plea filed by the NCP factions.
All right, thank you, Alisha, for getting us all the details coming in right now. And I just have to move on, Alisha, right into the other big story we are tracking. It's coming from West Bengal. In fact, let's go back to the big story we're tracking right now. TMC leader Mukul Roy has been summoned by the ED in the Alchemist case. That is what we are learning of right now. TMC leader Mukul Roy being summoned in the Alchemist case. And this is happening as we have been getting you all the details coming in. It's a very important story. Alchemist case is A story that has been doing the rounds for the past few years now. The probe against a couple of leaders in the Alchemist case has been happening for the past few years. That's what we know so far. Now, a TMC leader's name has come up in the Alchemist case. We're talking about TMC leader Mukul Roy. And he has been summoned by the ED in the Alchemist case. And that is what we are learning of at this point of time, viewers. Top update coming in right now on Republic TV. In the past, we have seen how the ED has attached, assets worth 239.29 crores as part of money laundering probe against Alchemist case. And a lot of leaders are also under the scanner in this entire case. Let's go to Shravan Sela, senior editor, who's joining us right now. If we take our viewers through, what we can expect next, the TMC leader Mukul Roy has been summoned this time around. The Alchemist case is being investigated by the ED on the basis of prosecution filed by the SEBI against the company and its directors in March 2016. It's a very long story when it comes to the Alchemist case. Take us through exactly what is happening right now, Shravan.
Well, in fact, this is a scam pegged at about 1,900 crore rupees. The Enforcement Directorate has already frozen assets worth about 239 crore rupees. And remember, in the past too, you've had Rajya Sabha former parliamentarian KD Singh, who was taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate. Assets linked to KD Singh were also seized by the Enforcement Directorate. But the latest happens to be the alleged role of Trinamool Congress leader Mukul Roy, who has now been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. At this point in time, however, we cannot confirm the date on which the leader has been asked to appear before the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, we are given to understand that he's been asked to appear here in the national capital as far as this case goes, because remember, this is a matter that is being probed by the Enforcement Directorate's special unit here in the national capital. That is the reason why Mukul Roy has also been called in for questioning. Remember, it was this very case in which there had been a massive political slugfest when Trinamool Congress leader Mukul Roy had switched over to the Bharatiya Janata Party. You've had several of the opposition leaders then asking this question, whether at all, a clean sheet has been given by the central agencies in various cases in which Mukul Roy has been linked to. At that point in time, the central agencies maintained that they haven't given any sort of clean sheet. In fact, the matter is still being probed by the Enforcement Directorate, but this is yet another time that you've had Mukul Roy being called in for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. It's bound to have some sort of political ramifications also, given the fact that just about a couple of months ago, Mukul Roy had basically once again switched back to the Trinamool Congress. He did in the previous elections. Remember, he was with the Bharatiya Janata Party, and thereafter he had moved to the Trinamool Congress once again. And now these summons coming in would certainly have some sort of a political ramification, political responses to come in also. But the Enforcement Directorate essentially maintains that they have come across some new evidence. That is the reason why examination of the Trinamool Congress leader Mukul Roy becomes extremely important.
All right, thank you for joining with all the details coming in. TMC leader has been summoned by the ED in the Alchemist case, and we have to wait and watch what happens next right now, because a very important case, Alchemist case, has been investigated by the ED for the past few years, since 2016. Let's move ahead right now to the other story we are tracking on Republic TV at this point of time. The Education Minister, Madan Lal Dilawar, under the Bhajan Lal government, issued a government notification mandating the practice of Surya Namaskar in all government and non-government schools across Rajasthan. This directive was aimed at setting a world record on Feb 15. However, this initiative faced resistance from the Muslim community. Members of the community expressed their reluctance towards participating in the Surya Namaskar. They emphasized that Surya Namaskar entails a worship of the sun, which contradicts their religious belief. Take a look at this report for more.
राजस्थान में सूर्य नमस्कार को लेकर के मुस्लिम समुदाय ने विरोध किया और विरोध इस कदर किया कि हाईकोर्ट तक बात पहुंच गई थी। लेकिन यहाँ पे राजस्थान के शिक्षा मंत्री मदन लाल दिलावर जो है बच्चों के साथ में सूर्य नमस्कार करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। सूर्य नमस्कार को लेकर के बहुत ज़्यादा कंट्रोवर्सी राजस्थान में हुई थी और मुस्लिम समुदाय के जो लोग थे उन्होंने कहा था कि हम अपने बच्चों को स्कूल नहीं भेजेंगे और सूर्य नमस्कार में हमारे बच्चे शामिल नहीं होंगे। लिहाजा बात जब हाईकोर्ट तक पहुंची तो हाईकोर्ट ने भले ही मुस्लिम समुदाय की जो याचिका है उनको खारिज कर दिया था, लेकिन उसके बाद अब यहाँ पे शिक्षा मंत्री जो हैं वो आप यहाँ देख सकते हैं, शिक्षा मंत्री के साथ में स्कूली बच्चे जो हैं वो यहाँ पे सूर्य नमस्कार करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। इसमें स्कूली बच्चों के साथ साथ जो टीचर्स हैं वो भी यहाँ पे शामिल हैं और मुस्लिम बच्चियां और छात्र जो हैं वो भी इन सूर्य नमस्कार में भाग ले रहे हैं। लेकिन कुछ जो मुस्लिम समुदाय के बच्चे थे वो आज यहाँ नहीं है, वो विरोध में थे, वो नहीं आए हैं क्योंकि बच्चों को लेकर के जो ऐलान किया गया था मुस्लिम समुदाय की तरफ से वो यहाँ विरोध में देखने को भी मिला है क्योंकि उनके बच्चे जो हैं वो नहीं आए हैं। लेकिन यहाँ पे आप यहाँ देखेंगे तो खुद मदन लाल दिलावर जो हैं शिक्षा मंत्री हैं वो कह चुके थे साहब कि सूर्य नमस्कार होगा और मैं बच्चों के साथ में सूर्य नमस्कार करूंगा। जर्नलिस्ट महेश के साथ अमरदीप शर्मा, रिपब्लिक टीवी।
Pakistan-based terrorists set a fire to forest near the line of control. This happened in the Poonch district. The forest was set on fire with the purpose of aiding Pakistani terrorists in their infiltration into the Indian territory. A week after curfew was announced in Halwani following the violence over the demolition of an illegal building, the administration has announced curfew relaxation for a few hours. The curfew will be relaxed for 2 hours from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. in Banbhulapura. Delhi High Court received an email on the evening of 14 Feb with threats of a bomb blast set to take place today. The threat was sent to the Registrar General of the High Court. Authorities have beefed up the security outside the Delhi High Court following the information of the bomb threat. A team of India Air Force personnel carried out a ground-based search, rescue and casualty evacuation training in the Zanskar Valley. The air warriors were familiarized with the terrain, evacuation, search and rescue procedures. On the BJP leaders being booked in Bangalore, Karnataka BJP President B.Y. Vijendra criticized the Siddaramaiah government, accusing it of losing confidence ahead of the upcoming Lok Sabha polls. He claimed that the government's swift action in filing FIRs against BJP leaders indicate their desperation.
Sloganing of Jai Shri Ram, is it anti-democratic? See, unfortunately, the present government under the leadership of Siddaramaiah ji, just hearing the name of Lord Ram, they are getting disturbed. They are totally disturbed, especially after January 22nd Ram Prana Pratishthapan. Because they are totally losing hopes on next Lok Sabha election here in Karnataka.
Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav filed his nomination for Rajya Sabha election. BJP National President JP Nadda is expected to file a nomination from Gujarat and BJP leader Ashok Chavan from Maharashtra. Much more coming up. Supreme Court strikes down electoral bonds in an unanimous verdict, says a scheme against Constitution. Scheduled Caste Commission Chairman with 2 others reach Sandesh Khali, speak to families of victims of Sandesh Khali.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bupa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio partner. Niva Bupa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing 1 claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
इनके वजह से हमारा रोजगार नहीं चल रहा है, बिल्कुल रोजगार नहीं चल रहा है।
भूखा मर जाएगा सारा आम आदमी तो भाई।
भैया नुकसान तो बहुत ज्यादा हो रहा है, चारों तरफ से रास्ता बंद है, ना तो सीएनजी मिल रही है और सवारियों को भी बहुत ज्यादा परेशानी हो रही है। बहुत सारे हमारे भाई हैं जो किराए की ऑटो चलाते हैं, किराया कहाँ से दें, अब सवारी कहीं मिल ही नहीं रही है।
इसमें गरीब आदमी मर रहा है।
Right now I'm standing at Tikri border. Tikri border is the conjoining border between Delhi and Haryana. Here you can see the auto drivers are over here, standing over here, and the autos are standing at this very point because all those roads are blocked and heavy barricading are being done at this very point because we have been speaking to the senior officials of Delhi police and Haryana police as well, and they said that they have done a 7 layering of barricading at this very point so that farmers who are protesting and planning to move to Delhi won't be able to go towards the Delhi side. Right now I'm joined by some of the auto workers who have been facing a lot of difficulties. सर ये बताइए कि आप लोगों को क्या-क्या नुकसान हो रहा है?
भैया नुकसान तो बहुत ज्यादा हो रहा है, चारों तरफ से रास्ता बंद है, ना तो सीएनजी मिल रही है और सवारियों को भी बहुत ज्यादा परेशानी हो रही है।
सभी को परेशानी चल रही है जी, सभी को परेशानी चल रही है। और 2 दिन से
गाड़ियों में गैस नहीं है, किराए की ऑटो चला रहे हैं, बहुत सारे हमारे भाई हैं जो किराए की ऑटो चलाते हैं, किराया कहाँ से दें, और बहुत सारी परेशानी है। वो आगे बैरिकेड लगा दिए, ना उधर से जाने देते ना इधर से जाने देते।
तो आपको सवारी कहाँ में मिल रही है?
अब सवारी कहीं मिल ही नहीं रही है, इंतजार करें सवारियों का। अगर
सब नुकसान हो रहा है,
सारा नुकसान हो रहा है। दुकानों पे से पनीर नहीं जा रहा है, सप्लाई नहीं हो रही है, कोई भी कुछ सारा नुकसान में जा रहे हैं भाई, कोई फायदा नहीं है, कुछ नहीं हो रहा।
नुकसान के अलावा कुछ भी नहीं हो रहा है। ये जो अभी रास्ता आप खुद देख रहे हो बंद पड़ा है, इनके वजह से हमारा रोजगार नहीं चल रहा है, बिल्कुल रोजगार नहीं चल रहा है। और ये
सवारी चल रही है हमारी, शुरू से ही 15 रुपए थी, अब भी 15 ही मिल रही है और घूम के जाना पड़ता है, रूट भी ज्यादा लंबा हो गया भाई, और बहुत ज्यादा परेशानी हो रही कुल मिला के।
भूखा मर जाएगा सारा आम आदमी तो भाई।
अच्छा, आपके किसानों से कोई आह्वान है, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे आप किसानों से? क्या उनको ये प्रोटेस्ट जो है धरना वापस लेना चाहिए?
भाई अपना बैठ कर सारी बात कर ले भाई, इतना नुकसान उनका भी हमारा भी है, सबका नुकसान नहीं है भाई।
नुकसान है, व्हीकल टूटने लग रहा है, गलियों में से निकाल व्हीकल टूट रहे, क्या फायदा? वो तो अपने शांति प्रिय चाहते हो जाए, लेकिन सरकार मान तो नहीं रही है ना। वो भी ये चाह रहे शांति से मान जाए, अपना निपटारा हो जाए, लेकिन सरकार कर नहीं रही है ऐसा। इसमें गरीब आदमी मर रहा है।
ये विनती है कि हमारे भी बच्चे पलने दो।
There you see the ground situation over here. The auto drivers who have been working here are saying that they are facing a lot of difficulties over here at this point of time because the roads are choked over here. No one is allowed to move. All those roads which move towards the Tikri side have been blocked, and 6 to 7 layers of barricading have been done. And they have been demanding from the farmers as well that they should call on their protest very soon. With video journalist Bisham Akil for Republic TV.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the nation's sharpest opinion. An interesting but very significant development was lost amidst the headlines today. Sonia Gandhi has, by all indications, retired. She has retired from electoral politics. Not going to fight Lok Sabha elections. Sonia Gandhi at a time when her party is disintegrating, breaking, wilting.
This is Republic Niva Bupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai.
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bupa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio model. Niva Bupa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
जब दिल्ली में अक्षरधाम का निर्माण हो रहा था तो उनके आशीर्वाद से मैं शिलान्यास कार्यक्रम में था। तब तो मैं राजनीति में भी कुछ नहीं था। और उस दिन मैंने कहा था कि गुरु कि हम बहुत तारीफ तो करते रहते हैं, लेकिन कभी सोचा है कि किसी गुरु ने कहा कि यमुना के तट पर अपना भी कोई स्थान हो और शिष्य रूपी प्रमुख स्वामी महाराज ने अपने गुरु की उस इच्छा को परिपूर्ण कर दिया था। आज मैं भी उसी एक शिष्य भाव से यहां आपके सामने उपस्थित हूं कि आज प्रमुख स्वामी महाराज का सपना हम पूरा कर पाए हैं।
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra. This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla.
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bhupa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio partner. Niva Bhupa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
The Union of India has been unable to establish that the measure employed in Clause 7.4 of the Electoral Bond Scheme is the least restrictive means to balance the rights of informational privacy. Thus, the amendment to Section 13, capital A, bracket B of the Income Tax Act, introduced by the Finance Act 2017, and the amendment to Section 29C1 of the Representation of People's Act are declared unconstitutional.
Supreme Court strikes down electoral bonds in a unanimous verdict, says the scheme is against the Constitution. Scheduled Caste Commission chairman with two others reached Sandesh Khali, speaks to the families of the victims. Big twist in Karnataka. Rajya Sabha polls unexpected fifth candidate fielded by BJP JDS. Congress fears cross-voting by own MLAs. Protesters staged rail roko in Punjab across 7 districts. Rail blockade till 4 p.m. Farmer protesters, union ministers to hold round 3 of talks around 5 p.m. Arjun Munda, Piyush Goyal, Nityanand Rai to lead the talks. All right, we're getting in some breaking news at the top of this bulletin right now, and there is more news coming in from Bengal. Well, it's day 10 of women's uprising in Sandesh Khali, and now there are massive protests being held in Siliguri of West Bengal. Remember, Republic TV is getting you all the latest updates, covering the story like no other channel, and now we are getting to know that there is a massive demonstration, massive protest held in West Bengal's Siliguri against the Mamata Banerjee government. This is, of course, demand for justice, demand for the justice for the women of Sandesh Khali. The clamor, the demand is only and only growing. The voices are getting louder as even as we see that that the West Bengal government continues to oppress the protesters, to try to repress the protests. We've seen how Republic Bangla reporter was yesterday manhandled. And we also saw how the protesters were also brutally handled by the police in West Bengal. But the protests continue. The voice of the people is being raised, and Republic TV is getting you all the latest. You can see the shots there coming in on your screens. The massive protest all across West Bengal against the ruling dispensation of the state. Demand for justice for the women of Sandesh Khali. Allegations of institutionalized sexual assault, of rapes by TMC goons. There is not a word coming in from Mamata Banerjee. No word yet from who is the Chief Minister and also the Home Minister of West Bengal. There is no word yet. Instead, what we see is that the police force tries to quell those who are demanding justice, those who are showing the truth, like Republic TV. And you can see police also trying to stop the protest there in Siliguri that is underway right now. These are BJP protests being held. Yesterday we saw BJP chief of West Bengal unit, Shukanta Majumdar. He was hospitalized, he was stopped, and he fainted, and he was hospitalized thereafter. And the women, of course, they have narrated their ordeal on camera, but there's not a word. Not a word. And there's the man who's known as the kingpin of what's happening, the tensions that have gripped West Bengal in the recent days, Sheikh Shah Jahan. That man is on the run. The West Bengal government continues to shield the goons, to shield the dons like Sheikh Shah Jahan. My colleague Shoykot is joining us on the phone line for more. Shoykot, we are seeing massive protests taking place all across Bengal, and this time we see visuals coming in from Siliguri.
Yeah, actually, the BJP team is protesting all over the state today. Today, the leader of opposition, Shubhendu Adhikari, will also come to here. He will reach Sandesh Khali meanwhile. And Arun Haldar, National SC Commission Chairman, already reached to the spot. He visited the victim's family. He meets the victim family, victim ladies. And right now, Sandesh Khali situation is quite peaceful, but people are alleging, especially ladies are alleging on their allegations. They alleging against Sheikh Shah Jahan, Shibu Hazra for sexual assault, sexual harassment, and various kind of harassment. And today, Sandesh Khali area is under imposing 144 section, and mobile internet service has been quite suspended today till now. Till now, situation is quite tentative and quite tension here already. And Sandesh Khali area is under section 144 right now. LOP, leader of opposition, Shubhendu Adhikari, will come here. And as per sources, we get the input that before 20 kilometers from Sandesh Khali, he can be stopped by police because police top officials says that no crowd will be allowed at Sandesh Khali area. So LOP Shubhendu Adhikari may be stopped before 20 kilometers from Sandesh Khali, and BJP, state BJP protesting in front of all kind of SPs, all kind of police stations, and they are staging dharna. Shukanta Majumdar, state BJP president, was state yesterday, and today state BJP party leaders are giving some dharna in front of the police officials' office, in front of police stations, in front of SP office. Situation is quite tension right now around Sandesh Khali.
Absolutely, of course. These are massive protests being held all across West Bengal. And we saw, Shoykot, what happened yesterday. How Shukanta Majumdar was also stopped. In fact, he had also been injured after he fainted. He was hospitalized. But we see that there is relentless protests being held by BJP in West Bengal. But what are we getting from the people who are actually ruling the government? Is there any kind of investigation? What is the progress? Is there any action? Because there's not even a statement. We are seeing, we are seeing protests all across Boshirhat. What we saw yesterday, how the protesters were, actually targeted by the police. What we saw yesterday was absolutely horrific. But we don't see any word, even from TMC MP. There was no word of condemnation. There seems to be a problem with that connection. We'll try and reconnect that audio connection. But that is the latest we have right now. Viewers, the Republic continues to expose what's happening in Sandesh Khali, what is happening in West Bengal, the only channel to get you the reality coming in from ground zero. The chorus, of course, is growing and growing and growing day by day for the justice for women in Sandesh Khali. In fact, we are getting you all the exclusive inputs in the latest, and Editor-in-Chief Arnav Goswami has spoken to the governor of West Bengal, C.V. Ananda Bose. Let's take a listen into that conversation.
Your Excellency, you visited Sandesh Khali, you've heard from the women themselves. I'm told you prepared a certain report. What do you intend to do now?
I had been to Sandesh Khali. I met my sisters and mothers there. They came out pouring out their grievances against the criminals who are ruling the roost there. The honor and dignity of the mothers and sisters have been violated. It's a kind of lawlessness which I saw there. The aggrieved women came and tied Rakhi on me and asked me to be their brother. I proudly, gladly accept it. I am their brother, and a committed brother. It's my duty to see that their honor is protected. The entire Bengal, women of Bengal are together now. This kind of atrocities will never be allowed to flourish. The guilty will be punished. The inner strength of the women of Bengal has been aroused. Now it is like Kali. When the inner strength of Kali was aroused, Rakta Bij was beaten. The women of Bengal will be able to answer this eloquently, decisively, and very soon.
What have they told you? What have the women who have been through this trauma told you, if in as much detail you can share with us tonight, Your Excellency?
They told me many things, hearing of which, if you have tears to shed, shed them now. If you are sighs to heave, heave it now. What they told me is, number one, criminals came and harassed them sexually. Number two, the husbands, the men, were beaten up who resisted this. Number three, they were asked to attend political party offices and farmhouses at odd hours of the night and were kept there for 2-3 days together. Number four, when they came to complain to the police did not accept the complaint. Moreover, they asked them to compromise with the criminals. And their land was grabbed by them. Those who resisted the criminals, the gangsters, their land was grabbed by them, and where prawn cultivation, prawn farming is done. If they resist the criminals, they will put wastewater in that, destroying the farm itself. Atrocity after atrocity heaped upon them, and people had no voice. Now they have risen in revolt. The women came out on the street. They started retaliating furiously, determinedly. Now we see the women's power aroused there. When I went there, it is a disquieting spectacle. Hundreds of women came on the road. They were weeping, wailing. All they had to say was, please save us from the demons. That is the mood that is there now. Now, in a trice, the mood has changed. Now they are ready to resist the criminals. Of course, they have got a lot of complaints against the police. I have made up my mind. I have made up my mind to be with the women at any cost. Yes, I am their Rakhi brother. Now, first thing, I have consolidated the grievances of the women and has given it as my report card to the people of Bengal now. Once the recommendations, once the reaction comes, I will give my directive to the elected government of West Bengal under Article 75(2) of the Constitution and other legal provisions. Before the stroke of the midnight hour today, my report with the decisive steps would have reached the government of West Bengal.
Will you make it public?
Etiquette demands that any correspondence between me and my esteemed constitutional colleague, the Chief Minister, remains confidential till it is made public. Wait for one more day. I will myself reveal what are the directives which I have given to the elected government of West Bengal.
Have you spoken to Mamta Banerjee directly? And can you tell us what that conversation may have been, given the gravity of the situation?
The gravity of the situation has been made clear to my esteemed constitutional colleague. What we discuss will be made public only once we decide to have a consensus. I am waiting patiently to receive her reply, official reply. Then I will make it public. Certain things I can reveal now.
What about the police? The victims are telling you that they were told to compromise with their rapists.
From the women.
What about the police? Should the police not face any action? Because if the police is saying, that you must compromise with your rapists, as the victims are telling you, should there not be an investigation on the police themselves?
I will answer the question from the report card which I have given to the public. That gives a gist of the sentiments there and the actions which the people want. Would you please read it out? Sir. Only the recommendations. 1 second. This is the relevant part of the recommendations that contained in the report card. Number 1, arrest the gang leader and his henchmen immediately. Number 2, constitute a task force, SIT, to investigate into alleged nexus of the criminal elements and to determine the depth and extent of the committed crimes and bring all culprits before law. Number 3, consider a
to UAE and inaugurating the biggest Hindu temple outside India. Prime Minister Modi has now reached Doha. It's the capital city of Qatar, and you can see he's being received with a grand welcome. It's a guard of honor for the Prime Minister in Qatar. And of course, this comes just days after 8 Navy veterans were freed. All right, so that is the Prime Minister Modi getting a rousing welcome in Doha. This, of course, coming days after 8 former Indian Navy veterans who had been sentenced to death in Qatar on espionage charges were released. And now we can see the Prime Minister receiving a grand welcome, rousing welcome in Doha. Remember, late last night he held talks with his counterpart, Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman Al Thani, exploring avenues for strengthening bilateral ties between New Delhi and Doha. He is meeting the Emir of Qatar, and of course it's an important bilateral conversation we heard about yesterday. Prime Minister Modi, taking to social media platform X, had tweeted saying that he had a wonderful meeting with Prime Minister Al Thani, and discussions revolved around ways to boost India-Qatar friendship. And this, of course, the MEA also said the meeting involved discussion between two leaders on broadening bilateral collaboration across various sectors, including trade, investment, energy, finance, and technology. So Prime Minister Modi and the Emir of Qatar, Al Thani, also deliberated on recent developments in West Asia, speaking about the significance of maintaining peace and stability in the region. So this is a very important leg of Prime Minister's Middle East tour. It's the second leg of the Middle East tour of the Prime Minister after inaugurating the BAPS temple in UAE, in Abu Dhabi yesterday. He complained for Doha, and today we can see him after he held talks. He is now getting a grand welcome there by the Prime Minister and also the Foreign Affairs Minister of Qatar. And we will be stepping into a very, very short break right now, viewers. Remember, Prime Minister Modi is in Doha right now. He has also been invited to a dinner in his honor by Qatar's Prime Minister. Right now, he is being received by the Qatar and several dignitaries in Doha. We will get you all the latest from Doha right now. Step into a short break. Don't go anywhere.
ये मंदिर पूरी दुनिया के लिए सांप्रदायिक सौहार्द और वैश्विक एकता का प्रतीक बनेगा। भाइयों और बहनों, यूएई के मिनिस्टर ऑफ टॉलरेंस हिज एक्सेलेंसी शेख नायान अल मुबारक यहां विशेष तौर पर उपस्थित है और उन्होंने भाव भी जो व्यक्त किए, जो बातें हमारे सामने रखी, वो हमारे उन सपनों को मजबूत करने का उनके शब्दों में उन्होंने वर्णन किया है। मैं उनका आभारी हूं। साथियों, इस मंदिर के निर्माण में यूएई की सरकार की जो भूमिका रही, उसकी जितनी तारीफ की जाए उतनी कम है। लेकिन इस भव्य मंदिर का स्वप्न साकार करने में अगर सबसे बड़ा सहयोग किसी का है तो मेरे ब्रदर हिज हाइनेस शेख मोहम्मद बिन जायद का है। मुझे पता है कि प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ यूएई की पूरी गवर्नमेंट ने कितने बड़े दिल से करोड़ों भारतवासियों की इच्छा को पूरा किया है। और इन्होंने सिर्फ यहां नहीं, 140 करोड़ हिंदुस्तानियों के दिल को जीत लिया है। मैं इस मंदिर के विचार से लेकर एक प्रकार से प्रमुख स्वामी जी के स्वप्न से लेकर के, स्वप्न बाद में विचार में परिवर्तित हुआ, यानी विचार से लेकर इसके साकार होने तक पूरी यात्रा में इससे जुड़ा रहा हूं। ये मेरा सबसे बड़ा सौभाग्य है। और इसलिए मैं जानता हूं कि हिज हाइनेस शेख मोहम्मद बिन जायद की उदारता के लिए धन्यवाद ये शब्द भी बहुत छोटा लगता है। इतना बड़ा उन्होंने काम किया। मैं चाहता हूं उनके इस व्यक्तित्व को, भारत यूएई रिश्तों की गहराई को केवल यूएई और भारत के लोग ही नहीं बल्कि पूरा विश्व भी जाने।
यूएई की राजधानी अबुधाबी में पहला विराट हिंदू मंदिर बनकर तैयार है। तो यूएई से भी लोग आए हैं, भारत से भी आए हैं और भारत के बाहर दूसरे देशों से भी आए हैं। मुझे आप बताइए, आप भी आइए, मुझे बताइए आप कहां से आए हैं?
मैं वासुदेव कृष्ण शास्त्री, काठमांडू से मैं आया हूं और नेपाल से, और हमारे साथ रवि भाई बेलायत से हैं और हम लोग काफी लोग आए हैं। मेरी पत्नी
नेपाल से आए हैं, क्या लाए हैं?
तो यहाँ स्पेशल मैंने भगवान शालिग्राम जो है यहाँ स्पेशल यहाँ के जो अक्षरधाम मंदिर के देने के लिए ले आए हैं। तो यहाँ देंगे, यहाँ पूजा होगी। हमें गौरव है सनातन हिंदू परंपरा के ऊपर कि दुबई पहली बार इतना बड़ा हिंदू मंदिर बन रहा है।
भेंट स्वरूप आप शालिग्राम
जी, और पूजा भी किए। सुबह यहाँ प्राण प्रतिष्ठा में भी रहे हम लोग, पूजा प्राण प्रतिष्ठा भी हुई सुबह, और भेंट के रूप में हमने शालिग्राम।
प्राण प्रतिष्ठा में क्या हुआ अगर आप
सुबह प्राण प्रतिष्ठा में पहले क्या होता है कि जो प्राण प्रतिष्ठा का 2 विधान है, शास्त्रीय वास्तुशास्त्र और शास्त्रीय विधान से। पहला प्राण प्रतिष्ठा का विधान ये है कि जो भगवान का जो मूर्ति बनाया जाता है वो पत्थर का, शिला का बनाया जाता है, वो प्राण नहीं होता है। जब उसमें मंत्र द्वारा चेतना को आधान किया जाता है तो चेतना का आधान हुआ है मंत्र द्वारा।
मैंने मंदिर में अलग अलग मूर्तियां देखी क्योंकि मैं अंदर गई थी, तो सबकी प्राण प्रतिष्ठा
जी अलग अलग, स्वामी जी जितने भी अलग अलग प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हुई है। पहले वहाँ भगवान जो श्री स्वामीनारायण जी का प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हुआ, उसके बाद भोलेनाथ, शिव और पार्वती का, गणपति शिव परिवार का हुआ, उसके बाद फिर उसके अंदर लक्ष्मी नारायण भगवान का हुआ, इसके बाद जगन्नाथ भगवान का हुआ, सारे देवता का प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हुआ। पहली एक गौरव के विषय है कि दुबई में, आबू धाबी में पहली बार, और हम काठमांडू से, हिमालय की वो चोटी से यहाँ ये मरुभूमि में आए हैं। कितनी खुशी है,
बहुत खूबसूरत। और सुबह सुबह मैंने सुना था सुबह 6 बजे ये प्राण प्रतिष्ठा का कार्यक्रम
सुबह 5 से शुरू हुआ था। वो विधि विधान पहले वहाँ प्रायश्चित होता है, पहले प्राण प्रतिष्ठा जो विधान होता है पहले प्रायश्चित हुआ। प्रायश्चित के बाद उसके बाद सारे देवता को आह्वान किया गया, उनका अंगन्यास होता है, अंगन्यास का विधान किया गया शास्त्रों में, अंगन्यास करना है। उसके बाद फिर अंगन्यास करके सारे अंग का आह्वान करना है।
मोदी जी वहाँ अयोध्या में प्राण प्रतिष्ठा करते हैं, फिर यहाँ आ रहे हैं प्राण प्रतिष्ठा।
नहीं, प्राण प्रतिष्ठा सुबह हुई है, इनका वो विशेष उद्घाटन कर रहे हैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री, जो हिंदू समाज गौरव करता है उनके ऊपर, वो आए हैं तो बहुत खुशी है।
आप ये कह रहे हैं यहाँ से तो गुजरात से कई महिलाएं हैं, नरेंद्र मोदी जी के राज्य से आई हैं।
हाँ।
कैसा लग रहा है?
अच्छा लगा। हमारा प्रमुख स्वामी कृपा से उधर हमारा भगवान आ गया तो अच्छा है। ठेठ में ऐसा ना सी उधर आ गई, भगवान का दर्शन हुए।
अच्छा, आप कुछ बोलिए, मुझे पता है गुजराती आती, हिंदी नहीं आती।
प्रमुख स्वामी महाराज है ना, बहुत अच्छा है। इमना संकल्प હતો કે દુબઈમાં મંદિર બંધાય તો મન સ્વામી महाराज એમનો સંકલ્પ પૂર્ણ કર્યો અને આવો બહુ સરસ મંદિર થઈ ગયું।
संकल्प पूर्ण किया। आप कहाँ से? आप भी गुजरात से?
हाँ, मैं जामनगर से आई हूँ और बापा के दर्शन।
Diva Bupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai.
आज यूनाइटेड अरब अमीरात की धरती ने मानवीय इतिहास का एक नया स्वर्णिम अध्याय लिखा है। आज अबू धाबी में भव्य और दिव्य मंदिर का लोकार्पण हो रहा है। इस पल के पीछे वर्षों की मेहनत लगी है। इसमें वर्षों पुराना सपना जुड़ा हुआ है और इसमें भगवान स्वामीनारायण का आशीर्वाद जुड़ा है। आज प्रमुख स्वामी जिस दिव्य लोक में होंगे, उनकी आत्मा जहां होगी वहां प्रसन्नता का अनुभव कर रही होगी। पूज्य प्रमुख स्वामी के साथ मेरा नाता एक प्रकार से पिता पुत्र का नाता रहा। मेरे लिए एक पितृतुल्य भाव से जीवन के एक लंबे कालखंड तक उनका सानिध्य मिलता रहा, उनके आशीर्वाद मिलते रहे और शायद कुछ लोगों को सुनकर आश्चर्य होगा कि मैं सीएम था तब भी, पीएम था तब भी अगर कोई चीज उनको पसंद नहीं आती थी तो मुझे स्पष्ट शब्दों में मार्गदर्शन करते थे।
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the nation's sharpest opinion. An interesting but very significant development was lost amidst the headlines today. Sonia Gandhi has, by all indications, retired. She has retired from electoral politics. Not going to fight Lok Sabha elections. Sonia Gandhi, at a time when her party is disintegrating, breaking, wilting in relevance, at a time when her party is being avoided like the plague, insulted by every other potential ally from ground level cadre to, ladies and gentlemen, generational loyalists. Sonia Gandhi has done the smart thing and understood it's not going to work, that she can't win an election anymore. She's opted out of the Lok Sabha. The significance should be lost on no one that Sonia Gandhi has retired from electoral politics just on the eve of the 2024 elections, before the Congress is projected to have its most dismal performance.
Viewers, top headlines tracking right now. Protests erupt across Bengal, Birbhum, Hooghly, West Midnapur, South 24 Parganas, Darjeeling over Sandesh Khali. After Jay and Dehadrai, top sources say CBI examined Darshan Hiranandani in the case, the Cash for Query scam. TMC leader Mukul Roy summoned by the ED in connection with a money laundering probe in the Alchemist case.
The Union of India has been unable to establish that the measure employed in Clause 7.4 of the Electoral Bond Scheme is the least restrictive means to balance the rights of informational privacy. Thus, the amendment to Section 13, capital A, bracket B of the Income Tax Act, introduced by the Finance Act 2017, and the amendment to Section 29C1 of the Representation of People's Act are declared unconstitutional.
Supreme Court strikes down electoral bonds in a unanimous verdict, says scheme against Constitution. Big twist in Karnataka Rajya Sabha polls. Unexpected fifth candidate fielded by the BJP JDS. Congress fears cross-voting by own MLAs. Farmer protesters, union ministers to hold round 3 of talks around 5 p.m. Arjun Munda, Piyush Goyal, Nityanand Rai to lead the talks. All right, big breaking update coming in, viewers. Actor turned politician Dev Adhikari has been summoned by the ED, the cattle smuggling case, asked to appear on Feb 21st. Let's go straight to my colleague Shravan Sen, our senior editor, joining us right now. Shravan, this is a very, very big update coming in the past. Subhendu Adhikari, who is the LOP of West Bengal State Assembly, has alleged that Dev had taken 5 crore rupees from Mohammad Imanul Haq, the prime accused in a multi-crore cross-border cattle smuggling racket. And now we see a movement there. Take us through the details coming in. Shravan.
Well, actor-turned politician Dev Adhikari has now been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. He has been asked to appear on the 21st of February here in the national capital. The matter is being probed by the Enforcement Directorate's headquarters here in the national capital. Now, the allegation that has been leveled against Dev Adhikari is essentially link with the prime accused, as you pointed out, Inamul Haq. Remember, Inamul Haq is the one who perpetuated this entire scam, the cattle smuggling scam, in which several other leaders have also come under this scanner. But with Dev Adhikari being summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, it's primarily with regards to whether at all there was some sort of payments that were allegedly received by the actor from Inamul Haq. That is one angle that's being looked into. Secondly, there are certain diary entries that have been made in the name of a few people, which they are trying to verify whether at all it has got anything to do with Dev Adhikari. But remember, this is primarily keeping in mind that they believe that an examination of the actor turned politician is crucial at this point in time because of the recovery that they made in the form of a diary from one of the accused where the searches were basically carried out.
Right, thank you, Shabha, for getting us all the details coming in right now. Dev Adhikari has been asked to appear before the ED on Feb 21st. This is in relation with the cattle smuggling case. Let's move ahead, getting some more updates. All right, getting those visuals coming in of the Prime Minister there, those visuals of the Prime Minister. The PM Modi a short while back received a rousing welcome in Doha from the Indian community. And at this point of time, the Prime Minister meeting many top leaders there. It has been a very successful trip of the Prime Minister there. He has had wonderful meetings with his Qatari counterpart and has discussed bilateral ties. You can see those visuals coming in right now of the Prime Minister holding bilateral talks. He had arrived in Qatar's capital, Doha, a short while back, and he has had meetings with his counterpart. He's also discussed ways to bolster ties between New Delhi and Doha. Now, a short while back, the Prime Minister had also posted on X that had many wonderful meetings with the Prime Minister there of Qatar. Our discussions revolved around ways to boost India-Qatar friendship. Let's go straight to a senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, who's joining us right now. Abhishek, if you take our viewers through what we are seeing on our screens, a very wonderful meeting, as PM Modi has put it, with his Qatari counterpart. And what's happening right now?
Well, so we are getting these pictures of the bilateral taking place. Earlier, we saw ceremonial reception being given to Prime Minister Modi. This is his second visit to Qatar. The first one was in 2016. And the fact that this is happening in the backdrop of good vibes coming in after 8 Indian naval veterans were released by Qatar without any conditions, and that really gives a fillip and depth to the kind of relationship that is there. And this is, remember, not just about Qatar. Prime Minister's visit to the Middle East is about India's strengthening of its presence, its geostrategic linkages, geopolitical linkages, and geoeconomic linkages with the larger region, which is energy rich. India's relationship with the Middle East stands on 3 legs, which is economy, energy, and expats. And taken together, Middle Eastern countries, the Indian diaspora present there is a strong one at about 5 million plus and 3 million plus in just UAE. And the kind of remittances they sent back is almost 1/3 of India's total remittances that it gets from its diaspora community around the world. And that gives the economic depth. Apart from that, the energy security element, the fact that Qatar happens to be our 3rd or 4th largest supplier of energy. And this seems like moving in a direction where after Qatar's release of 8 Indian naval veterans, the relationship might get that additional bonding, and that's some of which is reflected. The fact that Prime Minister met the Emir of Qatar, Sheikh Al Thani, in Dubai just a month and a half back when Prime Minister was there to participate in the COP28. In fact, that not month and a half back, but about 3 months back. But then that really set the ball rolling for getting the veterans out of death penalty first and then completely released from jail. So I think things looking good. India's Middle Eastern outreach, I think over the last 10 years, this will be one important legacy of Prime Minister to have strengthened India's presence in the Muslim world, in the Middle East, and so short of having taken out the sting out of OIC, was using off and on as a sting on Kashmir issues. So I think in that sense, it's a big diplomatic takeaway of Prime Minister Modi's 2-term legacy of last 10 years. But in the present, of course, Prime Minister capping, and the fact that he's capping his second term of foreign policy assignments with a visit to the Middle East, UAE and Qatar included, I think gives you an idea of the kind of personal engagement and personal involvement that the Prime Minister has had in focusing on this geography of the world. The fact that almost half a dozen plus nations from UAE to Saudi Arabia to Bahrain to Qatar to Oman to Afghanistan, all these nations have given their highest civilian honors to the Prime Minister, not Qatar, I believe, but this really gives you an idea of the kind of personal chemistry that exists between Prime Minister and the respective leaderships of these nations, translating into, of course, tailwinds for India's geostrategic, geopolitical and geoeconomic objectives. Also remember that Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, they're going to be integral to the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor, which was conceptualized during the G20 summit in September this year. And so I think a lot of dialogue is going to happen, not just bilaterally, but apart from that for the IMEC also. And given the fact that the region has faced instability because of the ongoing Israel-Hamas war, in that part of the Middle East, I think some dialogue there also. So an all-encompassing visit, an all-encompassing dialogue taking place as we speak between Prime Minister and Sheikh Al Thani of Qatar, and Prime Minister, of course, flies back later in the evening from Doha.
All right, thank you so much for joining us. I'm Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, getting us top updates coming in as we speak. PM Modi holding extremely important bilateral ties, having talks on bilateral ties with his Qatari counterpart, exchanging views on bilateral cooperation in sectors such as, like Abhishek said, trade, investment, energy, finance and technology. All right, guys, some more breaking updates coming in right now. Viewers. National Commission for Women condemns appalling situation in Sandesh Khali. That is right. NCW has come out in the open and they've hit out at the Mamta government. Now, we see that the National Commission for Women has issued a scathing condemnation of the deplorable conditions witnessed in Sandesh Khali, West Bengal, following a fact-finding mission conducted on Feb 12th, 2024. Let's go straight to my colleague Madhurima, who's joining us live. Madhurima, let's come to you right now. You know, the women in Sandesh Khali are protesting against these terrible allegations. If you could take our viewers through the latest coming in, NCW has condemned this appalling situation that we are seeing playing out.
Well, yes, absolutely. What needs to be seen here is that this is a detailed press release that has been issued by the National Commission of Women after a team of NCW visited the spot of Sandesh Khali and carried out a detailed investigation. And after the investigation, the NCW opines is that the condition there is deplorable, and their apprehension, the biggest apprehension is that the authorities, local authorities, the police officials, none of them are helping the commission in helping these women, the victims, get justice. If we see what does the NCW says, the NCW says that the DJP is not cooperating. The superintendent of police, when asked to accompany that particular delegation that was there to investigate the matter in Sandesh Khali, they did not provide them any police detail, they did not provide them any security. And in fact, NCW goes on to press upon the fact that victims there are scared. They are scared of the dispensation. They are scared of the police officials. And the NCW also highlights a very gory detail that the victims allegedly have said that it is not only the TMC goons who are exploiting them, it is also the police machinery over there, that they are hand in glove with the TMC government, and that there is no way out for them. They are scared for their life, and which is why they are not coming out and giving any explanation in detail. And what our sources from NCW are also telling us, that there was one victim that recorded the statement, but when they got to know the dispensation, they got to know, the officials got to know, they requested the NCW to not make it public. So once again, Rekha Sharma will be landing once again in Sandesh Khali after this particular release that has been sent out with the NCW. But they are saying that they are not going to leave this matter, and they will make the best effort to make sure, Shivangi, to get justice for these women.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Madhurima, with all those details that we have learnt of right now. NCW has spoken out and they've issued a scathing condemnation of the deplorable conditions witnessed in Sandesh Khali, West Bengal, following a fact-finding mission which took place on Feb 12. Let's move ahead, viewers, to the other stories we're tracking on India's #1 news channel, Republic TV. Pakistan-based terrorists set fire to the forest near the line of control in the Pooch district. The forest was set on fire with the purpose of aiding Pakistani terrorists in their infiltration into Indian territory. A week after curfew was announced in Haldwani following the violence over the demolition of an illegal building, the administration has announced curfew relaxation for a few hours. A curfew will be relaxed for 2 hours from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. in the Banbhulapura area. Delhi High Court received an email on the evening of 14th Feb with the threats of a bomb blast set to take place today. A threat was sent to the Registrar General of the High Court. Authorities have beefed up the security outside the Delhi High Court following the information of the bomb threat. A team of India Air Force personnel carried out a ground-based search, rescue and casualty evacuation training in the Zanskar Valley. The air warriors were familiarized with the terrain, evacuation, search and rescue procedures. On BJP leaders being booked in Mangalore, Karnataka, BJP President B.Y. Vijendra criticized the Siddaramaiah government, accusing it of losing confidence ahead of the upcoming Lok Sabha polls. He claimed that the government's swift action in filing FIRs against BJP leaders indicates their desperation.
Sloganing of Jai Shri Ram, is it anti-democratic? See, unfortunately, the present government under the leadership of Siddaramaiah ji, just hearing the name of Lord Ram, they are getting disturbed. They are totally disturbed, especially after January 22nd Ram Prana Pratishthapan. Because they are totally losing hopes on next Lok Sabha election here in Karnataka.
Prime Minister Ashwini Vaishnav filed his nomination for Rajya Sabha elections. BJP National President JP Nadda too has filed the nomination for Gujarat, and the BJP leader Ashok Chavan from Maharashtra. And viewers, Education Minister Madan Lal Dilawar under the Bhajan Lal government issued a government notification mandating the practice of Surya Namaskar in all government and non-government schools across the Rajasthan state. Now, this directive was aimed at setting a world record on Feb 15. However, this initiative faced resistance from the Muslim community. Members of the community expressed their reluctance towards participating in Surya Namaskar. They emphasized that Surya Namaskar entails a worship of the sun, which contradicts their religious beliefs. Take a look at this report to learn what happened.
राजस्थान में सूर्य नमस्कार को लेकर के मुस्लिम समुदाय ने विरोध किया और विरोध इस कदर किया कि हाईकोर्ट तक बात पहुंच गई थी। लेकिन यहाँ पे राजस्थान के शिक्षा मंत्री मदन लाल दिलावर जो है बच्चों के साथ में सूर्य नमस्कार करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। सूर्य नमस्कार को लेकर के बहुत ज़्यादा कंट्रोवर्सी राजस्थान में हुई थी और मुस्लिम समुदाय के जो लोग थे उन्होंने कहा था कि हम अपने बच्चों को स्कूल नहीं भेजेंगे और सूर्य नमस्कार में हमारे बच्चे शामिल नहीं होंगे। लिहाजा बात जब हाईकोर्ट तक पहुंची तो हाईकोर्ट ने भले ही मुस्लिम समुदाय की जो याचिका है उनको खारिज कर दिया था, लेकिन उसके बाद अब यहाँ पे शिक्षा मंत्री जो हैं वो आप यहाँ देख सकते हैं, शिक्षा मंत्री के साथ में स्कूली बच्चे जो हैं वो यहाँ पे सूर्य नमस्कार करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। इसमें स्कूली बच्चों के साथ साथ जो टीचर्स हैं वो भी यहाँ पे शामिल हैं और मुस्लिम बच्चियां और छात्र जो हैं वो भी इन सूर्य नमस्कार में भाग ले रहे हैं। लेकिन कुछ जो मुस्लिम समुदाय के बच्चे थे वो आज यहाँ नहीं है, वो विरोध में थे, वो नहीं आए हैं क्योंकि बच्चों को लेकर के जो ऐलान किया गया था मुस्लिम समुदाय की तरफ से वो यहाँ विरोध में देखने को भी मिला है क्योंकि उनके बच्चे जो हैं वो नहीं आए हैं। लेकिन यहाँ पे आप यहाँ देखेंगे तो खुद मदन लाल दिलावर जो हैं शिक्षा मंत्री हैं वो कह चुके थे साहब कि सूर्य नमस्कार होगा और मैं बच्चों के साथ में सूर्य नमस्कार करूंगा। जर्नलिस्ट महेश के साथ अमरदीप शर्मा, रिपब्लिक टीवी।
এটা কখনো আমরা করি না, আমরা যা বলি সারাক্ষণ এটাই করি। ইলেকশনের আগে উজালা দিয়েছিল, আবার দেখুন খোঁজ নিয়ে লুকিয়ে লুকিয়ে উজালা কতজনের বাড়ি গেছে, আবার চলে যাবে। এই গ্যাসের দাম আবার 2000 টাকা বাড়াবে, অর্থাৎ বিনা পয়সায় চাল, না না হাজার হাজার টাকা গ্যাসের দাম, গ্যাসের আড়ালে ফুটছে বিনা পয়সার চাল। লোকে যে কেরোসিনে করবে তার উপায় নেই, কেরোসিনেরও দাম বাড়িয়ে দিয়েছে। ফুড সাবসিডি 17%, মনে রাখবেন যে ট্রান্সপোর্ট খরচ 17% বাড়িয়ে দিয়েছে সেন্ট্রাল বাজেটে। আমি কখনো কখনো ভাবি রাজনীতির ঊর্ধ্বে উঠে একটু সত্যি কথা বলতে পারি। আমাদের বাজেট, আমি এখনো বলি এটা ভোটের বাজেট নয়, ভোটের বাজেট তো আপনারা করেন, ভোট পালালে পালিয়ে যায় না, আমরা তো প্রতিবারই কিছু না কিছু করি। আমি মনে করি এই বাজেট ঐতিহাসিক বাজেট, যার নমুনা সারা বিশ্বে বিরল। আগের সরকারের রেখে যাওয়া বিপুল ধারের বোঝা ও রাজ্যের সীমিত আর্থিক ক্ষমতার মধ্যেও যদি ইচ্ছে থাকে তাহলে জীবনযাত্রার প্রতিটি ক্ষেত্রে উন্নয়ন সম্ভব, এটা আমরা দেখিয়ে দিয়েছি। 2011 সালের পর থেকে ইন্ডিকেশন কি বলছে? আমি অর্থনীতিবিদদের বলবো লুকিয়ে লুকিয়ে আমার কথাটা যদি একটু শোনেন দয়া করে। GSDP indicators increase over 2011, GSDP 3.7 times increase হয়েছে, ট্যাক্স রেভিনিউ 4 times increase হয়েছে, বাজেট অ্যালোকেশন 10 times increase হয়েছে, ক্যাপিটাল এক্সপেন্ডিচার 8.8 times increase হয়েছে, স্টেট প্ল্যান এক্সপেন্ডিচার 11.4 times increase হয়েছে, সোশ্যাল সেক্টর এক্সপেন্ডিচার 5.7 times increase হয়েছে, এগ্রিকালচার এন্ড অ্যালাইড সেক্টর 4.6 times increase হয়েছে, রুরাল হাউজিং 3.7 times increase হয়েছে, ফিজিক্যাল সেক্টর এক্সপেন্ডিচার 5.2 times increase হয়েছে, রুরাল রোড কনস্ট্রাকশন 3 times increase হয়েছে, অ্যাভারেজ ইনকাম, অ্যানুয়াল ইনকাম অফ ফার্মার 3.7 times increase হয়েছে। শুধু তাই নয়, 2023-24 ভারতের জিডিপি বৃদ্ধির হার 7.32 প্রজেক্টেড, সেখানে বাংলায় একই সময়
India's GDP
7.65 প্রজেক্টেড। কোনটা বাড়লো কোনটা কমলো
7.65 is projected।
দেখবে নাকি নিজের রাজ্যের প্রশংসা করতে ভালো লাগে না? সারাক্ষণ সারা বাংলার বিরুদ্ধে কথা বলে যাচ্ছে।
They are always speaking against Bengal. Will there be a point in time when they will also sing praises for Bengal?
IIP ছিল 5.8%, বাংলায় কিন্তু ছিল 7.2%।
The industrial production in Bengal is way higher than the national average.
35 গুণের বেশি, স্কুল এডুকেশনে 20 গুণ, মাইনরিটি অ্যাফেয়ার্স 11.7 গুণ, এইভাবে অন্যান্য কথা বলেছে। আমরা নাকি শুধু ধার নিয়ে বাজেট করেছি, সবাই বুঝি সবসময় ধার পায়। সিপিএম এর আমলে কোনো ফাইন্যান্সিয়াল ডিসিপ্লিন ছিল না। আমি গর্বের সাথে বলতে পারি আমাদের সরকার আসার পর আমরা FRBM তৈরি করি এবং আমাদের যেটুকু ধার আমরা পাই উইদিন আওয়ার লিমিটেশন, তার বেশি আমরা 1 পয়সা নিতে পারি না। এটা ফিসকাল, এটা হচ্ছে ফাইন্যান্সিয়াল ডিসিপ্লিন। অর্থনীতিবিদরা কোথায় গেলেন? FRBMটা বুঝতে পারছেন তো? না বলে দেবো। আমাদের আর্থিক ক্ষমতার সাথে সামঞ্জস্য রেখে আমরা যেটুকু প্রাপ্য পাওয়ার যোগ্য সেটুকুই আমরা করেছি, এর বেশি নয়। যেখানে পশ্চিম বাংলায়, ভালো করে বিজেপির লোকেরা শুনুন কান খাড়া করে, আর সিপিএমও তাদের দোষর, যেখানে পশ্চিমবঙ্গের ডেপ্ট মানে ধার, ডেপ্ট জিএসডিপি রেশিও 37%, সেখানে কেন্দ্রীয় সরকারের ডেপ্ট জিএসডিপি রেশিও 58%। লজ্জা আছে? না আছে লজ্জা, না আছে ঘৃণা, না আছে ভয়। টিভিতে মুখ দেখালেই কাজ হয়? কৃষকরা জ্বলছে, সারা দেশ জ্বলছে, বিজেপি হাসছে আর গরিবদের উপর অত্যাচার হচ্ছে। এই তো বিজেপির কাজ, সারা দেশটাকে জ্বালিয়ে দিয়েছে। কেন্দ্রীয় সরকারের ঋণ, মোট ঋণ পশ্চিমবঙ্গের 27 গুণের কাছাকাছি।
Some big breaking coming in right now. Let's go to Shravan Sen, who's joining us at this point of time. Shravan, Mamta Banerjee has given a clean chit to Shah Jahan Sheikh. Over to you. She just spoke a short while back, Shravan.
Well, on the floor of the Assembly, Chief Minister of West Bengal continues to defend Sheikh Shah Jahan, the very man against whom serious allegations of sexual exploitation has been leveled. In fact, the governor of West Bengal, in his visit to Sandesh Khali, also came across various testimonies in which Sheikh Shah Jahan was named. Rather than taking any action by the West Bengal government against Sheikh Shah Jahan, it appears that the Trinamool Congress government is essentially defending Sheikh Shah Jahan. The fact of the matter is this, ladies and gentlemen, that Sheikh Shah Jahan, against whom there are serious allegations not only of sexual exploitation but also of misappropriation of funds. So much so that the central agency has also been on the lookout of Sheikh Shah Jahan from 5th of January, this after the Enforcement Directorate had also carried out searches at the residence of Sheikh Shah Jahan. It is the same very person, the Trinamool Congress convener, who had run away, this after carrying out attacks on the central agency. Today, women of Sandesh Khali have now come out in the open. They say that it is Sheikh Shah Jahan and his men who carried out this alleged sexual exploitation. So much so, women were abducted from their homes. They were kept in party offices. These are some allegations that have been leveled by the women of Sandesh Khali. Rather than really acting against Sheikh Shah Jahan and the other Trinamool Congress workers, it does appear that the Trinamool Congress government is essentially defending Sheikh Shah Jahan. Not only that, why is it that no action has been taken against Sheikh Shah Jahan even till date? Remember, FIRs have already been registered against Sheikh Shah Jahan. The fact of the matter is that it does appear that an attempt has been made to scuttle. An attempt has been made to protect Sheikh Shah Jahan, or else what explains the fact that this is a man who has been on the run since 5th of January and till date there is not a single word really coming in from the Trinamool Congress government with regards to where exactly is Sheikh Shah Jahan. Why is it that no arrest has been made of Sheikh Shah Jahan? Can the West Bengal police, the entire apparatus, not act against Sheikh Shah Jahan despite the kind of grave allegations faced by the Trinamool Congress convener? The reason why the Bharatiya Janata Party has also taken on the West Bengal government, in fact, Bharatiya Janata Party has staged multiple protests. They've also made visits to Sandesh Khali. Not just about the political slugfest, but the fact of the matter is that this is a spontaneous people's uprising that is taking place in the district of Sandesh Khali. Despite the kind of revolt that has taken place against the government, against those who are allegedly responsible for this hideous crime, no action till date has been taken. Hence the question once again comes, what is it that the authorities, what is it that the West Bengal police is essentially hiding at this point in time? Why is it that no action has been taken so far? That's the question that many are asking even today. This after people are out on the streets. What we saw, those were heart-wrenching images coming in from Sandesh Khali, where you had people out on the streets demanding that action should be taken. Women were also making that appeal, but despite that, we have seen that very little, or as the governor puts it, no action has been taken so far.
Oh yes, absolutely, Shravan. And this brings us to the question as to why is Mamata Banerjee so bent upon shielding that man, Sheikh Shah Jahan? Silence from the TMC and Mamata Banerjee in specific for 9 long days. Today, on the 10th day, she breaks her silence. The TMC has obviously had to face a lot of wrath given the horror of Sandesh Khali. Instead of actually coming out and standing for those women in Sandesh Khali and ordering a detailed investigation, she has been silent. Now today she comes out and defending that man and pinning the blame on the BJP instead.
It's being reported right now. Well, in fact, this is what the government of West Bengal has to say. They say that the State Women's Commission has been sent to Sandesh Khali. They are looking into the allegations that have been leveled. The government maintains that 17 people have already been arrested. But if you go by what the governor of West Bengal had to say, if you go by what the people on the ground have to say, if you have to go by the reports that are coming in from our journalists from Republic Bangla, then it does appear that the kingpin of this entire racket has not been arrested, has not been put behind bars. That is the reason why the question is being asked, what about the kingpin? What about Sheikh Shah Jahan? And just not what's happening in Sandesh Khali. The fact of the matter is that here is a man against whom several serious allegations have been leveled, even in the ration distribution scam. It appears that it is he who has basically benefited from the proceeds of crime. It is he who has been linked to a drug cartel. But despite that, the reality is that no action has been taken. The government says that this is propaganda on the behalf of the Bharatiya Janata Party as well as the RSS. In fact, they say that there is a deliberate attempt that has been made to try and perhaps defame the Bengal government. In fact, the government says an attempt is being made to defame entire West Bengal. Well, in fact, I'm told that BJP spokesperson Charu Pragya is joining us on this broadcast. Charu, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. It does appear that the Chief Minister, perhaps her government, is now standing on one feet to defend Sheikh Shah Jahan. The reason being that why is it that Sheikh Shah Jahan has not been arrested? And a direct allegation has been leveled against your party. She says that you are doing propaganda. She says that you are essentially trying to defame the people of Bengal.
Good afternoon, and it does not surprise me that even today, instead of thinking about justice for the women of Sandesh Khali, Mamata Banerjee is standing on one foot to shield a criminal who's an established land grabber, so much so that he has an ED case on him, a criminal who is a drug peddler, a criminal who has created this systematic exploitation of women in an entire region. It's systematic. It didn't happen once and it didn't end. Women were targeted and sent to the TMC party office. In spite of all of this, he's being by Mamata Banerjee. He's standing behind Mamata Banerjee and he's not absconding. She knows exactly where he is. Tell me, my question to her is, do you want to be a woman, and it's shameful that you're a woman and you're able to do this, that you want to protect a man in spite of his bestiality, you want to protect a man in spite of him being an economic offender, in spite of him being someone who's lovingly called bhai in the region. Bhai kisko bola jata hai? Somebody who's called a bhai is basically a gunda. He's land mafia. And Mamata Didi wants to point fingers at Bharatiya Janata Party. Well, so be it. You do what you want. But I promise you one thing. We are going to fight for the justice for every single woman in that region, most definitely. And he is going to be behind bars. He's definitely going to be behind bars.
Absolutely, Charu. And it is important to look at the pattern also. Protesters are being assaulted and detained. Women are being forced in Sandesh Khali to withdraw their FIRs. Journalists are being stopped from reporting on this story. And now on day 10, Mamata Banerjee comes out, pins the entire blame on the BJP and defends this man to the extent that she gives him a clean chit.
Her giving this man a clean chit actually is exposing her. So if she thinks that she can stand in front of a criminal and nothing will happen to him, I am sorry, she is completely mistaken, and the people of West Bengal will pay her back in kind for this kind of behavior. Because it is not just the goons of TMC who've targeted these women, it's the police. of West Bengal. It's the police who's in the dead of the night knocking on the doors of these women, threatening harm to their husbands, to their children, to blackmail these women into keeping quiet.
Oh, yes, absolutely. But Republic will continue to track this story very, very closely and fight for the women in Sandesh Khali until they get justice. Charu Pragya, thank you for speaking to Republic this afternoon. This is the latest on this story, as Mamata Banerjee has now spoken on day 10 of the Sandesh Khali horror, where she's not just tried to escape accountability, but also given a clean chit to that man, Sheikh Shah Jahan, who is facing grave allegations of systematic rape against the women in Sandesh Khali. We've seen what has been happening in the last 10 days, right from the time that video went viral to how Republic went on the ground, spoke to those women who put out their story, who told Republic about how they were being sexually exploited by this man, Sheikh Shah Jahan, and his close aides. Ever since we've been tracking this story, we have also been stopped, our colleagues have been stopped to report on this story. You saw those protests that escalated, where questions are being asked to the TMC government, but the police and the forces on the ground have gone on to detain and assault all those who are actually questioning the TMC government. And now on day 10, after much embarrassment that the TMC has had to face, it is Mamata Banerjee who comes out and gives a clean chit to Sheikh Shah Jahan. Let's listen into all the reactions that have come in so far.
खाली के लोगों के साथ खड़ा होने के लिए बार बार हम लोग जाने के लिए प्रयास कर रहे हैं, हमारे नेता भी जा रहे हैं। पुलिस ज़बरदस्ती कर रही है। काल जिस प्रकार हमारे स्टेट प्रेसिडेंट के ऊपर हुआ है, ये अमानविक है। धक्का धक्की ज़बरदस्ती हुई उनके ऊपर, इसलिए वो बीमार पड़े हैं, उनको चोट आई है मानसिक और शारीरिक। मुझे उम्मीद है जल्दी ठीक होकर फिर वो नेतृत्व देंगे।
We'll continue to get you more voices on this story. Anger is mounting against the TMC government and Mamata Banerjee, who comes out on the 10th day, instead of ordering a detailed investigation, instead of getting into the depth of the story, instead of standing for the women of Sandesh Khali. This is the path that she's taken. She is blaming the BJP for all that has happened, instead giving a clean chit to Sheikh Shah Jahan. Shavan, I want to come back to you because it is important to talk about this man who is an economic offender, who is a suspect when it comes to the drug cartel, who is being investigated in every which way. And let's not forget how the agency came after him, but there was an attack on the officials. Every which attempt that has been made to shield this man from the word go, from when the agencies went after him to now when the women in Sandesh Khali have spoken against him, it is Mamata Banerjee herself in the assembly who says he is not guilty. And before I come to you, Shavan, Shivendra Adhikari is speaking at the moment. Let's listen in.
Prevented illegally, forcibly, with very bad behavior, by the instruction of, he said, higher authority. I said, Mamata's instruction.
But you can move court or any. What's your next?
Court already give me liberty. If you blocked again, please come in court. Tomorrow, I will move Calcutta High Court. Obviously. I will come. I will meet with victim lady.
No. Battery change.
Mataji ka saath mulaqat hoga. I will meet Vikas Singh and other arrested BJP workers' family members. I will come. Nobody can stop me. I did Nandigram movement. Didn't I? Mamata was in AC room. I was on the field. I lead the movement in Jungle Mahal. In Detai massacre. Nobody can stop me. I will go to court. I will come again with full legal authority. My name is Shubhendu Adhikari.
They can attack also. You can say that the police will attack, sir. The police will attack.
Mamata.
play out that reaction once again from Shivendu Adhikari. In the meanwhile, Priyanka Tibrewal from BJP is with us on the phone line. Priyanka Tibrewal, your reaction to what has happened, was it on expected lines, typical of Didi, who has now emerged, pinned the entire blame on the BJP and deals with such matters in this way whenever fingers are pointed at the TMC? And how does the BJP possibly plan to continue with this fight and exert pressure on the TMC until justice is meted out to those women?
See, this is a blatant lie which TMC is saying at the moment, that nothing has happened. Okay, because whatever is happening from the past 3-4 days, we are all seeing that. Today, if nothing has happened, why are you stopping everybody to enter Sandesh Khali? That is the biggest question. Secondly, they are saying that the State Commission women had gone and they found nothing. See, the entire allegation is against the state government. The entire allegation is against this. And the brutality was done on these poor women by the police as well. So now the question arises, if the same police goes to them and asks them whether something has happened, please register your FIR. How will they register the FIR? Because they are in so much of intimidation from the TMC side. So this is nothing. They are trying to, cover up things. That is the reason they are not allowing anybody, whether it is BJP, whether it is CPM or ISF, to enter Sandesh Khali. So there is a big thing which they are they are trying to hide.
All right, Priyanka, many thanks for speaking to Republic this afternoon. This is the biggest story that we are tracking. Republic has been on the ground getting you the story of the women of Sandesh Khali and the horror that they have had to go through. But now Mamata Banerjee emerging after 10 days, giving a clean chit to that man, Sheikh Shah Jahan. We'll continue to get you more voices on this story. For the moment, we slip into a short commercial break. Also a quick check of what else is making news this afternoon. It's a big twist in the Karnataka Rajya Sabha polls. Unexpected fifth candidate fielded by BJP JDS. Congress fears cross-voting by own MLAs.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Day 2 of the farmers' protest. The Shambhu border has been completely jam-packed with thousands of the farmers are on the roads. Here we are reporting from the mid of the protesting site, and you can see the visuals that how they are spend the entire night here on the roads in their tractors, trolleys, and after having the breakfast, now they are preparing the strategy how to move on. So here you can see the visuals that how the farmers has been preparing their strategies, and in fact after spending the entire night on the road, thousands of the people have spent night on the road with their tractors and the trolleys. Such kind of trolleys has been prepared to spend the night. You can see the visuals as well. Even yesterday, the similar visuals, the similar people in a similar position. And in fact, today as well, they will try to march towards Delhi from that Shambhu border to cross the security layers of Haryana police. And in fact, the way they yesterday did, just because yesterday there was a panic situation between the Haryana police and the farmers, and in fact when they tried to cross the borders, tear gas shells has been fired in a massive number, and in fact to protect the barricades they have deployed at Shambhu border. So see that today as well, and even the last night, their leader Sarwan Singh Pandher, Jagjit Singh Dallewal, they had made it very clear that tomorrow again they will start their march towards the Delhi, and in fact tonight they were spending here at Shambhu border itself. So last night entirely jam-packed Shambhu border with the farmers as they were sleeping in the tractors and the trolleys, and in fact today morning they are preparing the strategies how to move on from this very much point towards the border, Shambhu border, to cross the barricades. To cross the barricades deployed by Haryana police. And in fact, if my camera person can show you the barricades they have put, they are making some technical strategies, and they themselves put these police barricades along at the protesting site, and in fact they are preparing the layers how to move on and how to break the security layers. There's 6 to 7 security layers of Haryana police with the paramilitary forces. So see, you can see that even the Haryana police have also used the drones and tear gas shells, and they have used the rubber bullets to stop the farmers. So this is the situation that is actually turning up at Shambhu border, and even this is the situation that is turning up at the Shambhu border on day 2 of the protest. Farmers are preparing strategy. Their leaders are leading the protest. They have spent entire night in the tractor and trolleys, and morning they are preparing strategies how to move further towards the Delhi.
ये मंदिर पूरी दुनिया के लिए सांप्रदायिक सौहार्द और वैश्विक एकता का प्रतीक बनेगा। भाइयों और बहनों, यूएई के मिनिस्टर ऑफ टॉलरेंस हिज एक्सेलेंसी शेख नायान अल मुबारक यहां विशेष तौर पर उपस्थित है, और उन्होंने भाव भी जो व्यक्त किए, जो बातें हमारे सामने रखी, वो हमारे उन सपनों को मजबूत करने का उनके शब्दों में उन्होंने वर्णन किया है। मैं उनका आभारी हूं। साथियों, इस मंदिर के निर्माण में यूएई की सरकार की जो भूमिका रही, उसकी जितनी तारीफ की जाए उतनी कम है। लेकिन इस भव्य मंदिर का स्वप्न साकार करने में अगर सबसे बड़ा सहयोग किसी का है तो मेरे ब्रदर हिज हाइनेस शेख मोहम्मद बिन जायद का है। मुझे पता है कि प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ यूएई की पूरी गवर्नमेंट ने कितने बड़े दिल से करोड़ों भारतवासियों की इच्छा को पूरा किया है, और इन्होंने सिर्फ यहां नहीं 140 करोड़ हिंदुस्तानियों के दिल को जीत लिया है। मैं इस मंदिर के विचार से लेकर एक प्रकार से प्रमुख स्वामी जी के स्वप्न।
Protesters from Rajpura, Patiala are sitting on rail tracks and blocking trains at Rajpura railway station. Several major farmer unions have extended their support to the protesting farmers. BJP OBC Madurai district secretary was killed by unidentified individuals. The victim's body was found at a nearby toll gate with slashing injuries. The Tamil Nadu police is conducting further investigations into the matter. Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, we get your details as farmers' showdown continues. Top leader tells Republic the real motive is to corner the BJP.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bupa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio partner. Niva Bupa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
इनके वजह से हमारा रोजगार नहीं चल रहा है, बिल्कुल रोजगार नहीं चल रहा है।
भूखा मर जाएगा सारा आम आदमी तो भाई।
भैया नुकसान तो बहुत ज्यादा हो रहा है, चारों तरफ से रास्ता बंद है, ना तो सीएनजी मिल रही है और सवारियों को भी बहुत ज्यादा परेशानी हो रही है। बहुत सारे हमारे भाई हैं जो किराए की ऑटो चलाते हैं, किराया कहाँ से दे, अब सवारी कहीं मिल ही नहीं रही है।
इसमें गरीब आदमी मर रहा है।
Right now I'm standing at Tikri border. Tikri border is the conjoining border between Delhi and Haryana. Here you can see the auto drivers are over here, standing over here, and the autos are standing at this very point because all those roads are blocked and heavy barricading are being done at this very point because we have been speaking to the senior officials of Delhi police and Haryana police as well, and they said that they have done a 7 layering of barricading at this very point so that farmers who are protesting and planning to move to Delhi won't be able to go towards the Delhi side. Right now I'm joined by some of the auto workers who have been facing a lot of difficulties. सर ये बताइए कि आप लोगों को क्या-क्या नुकसान हो रहा है?
भैया नुकसान तो बहुत ज्यादा हो रहा है, चारों तरफ से रास्ता बंद है, ना तो सीएनजी मिल रही है और सवारियों को भी बहुत ज्यादा परेशानी हो रही है।
सभी को परेशानी चल रही है जी, सभी को परेशानी चल रही है। और 2 दिन से
गाड़ियों में गैस नहीं है, किराए की ऑटो चला रहे हैं, बहुत सारे हमारे भाई हैं जो किराए की ऑटो चलाते हैं, किराया कहाँ से दें? और बहुत सारी परेशानी है, वो आगे बैरिकेड लगा दिए हैं, ना उधर से जाने देते ना इधर से जाने देते।
तो आपको सवारी कहाँ पे मिल रही है? अब
सवारी कहीं मिल ही नहीं रही है, इंतजार कर रहे हैं सवारियों का। अगर
सब नुकसान हो रहा है,
सारा नुकसान हो रहा है, दुकानों पे से पनीर नहीं जा रहा है, सप्लाई नहीं हो रही है, कोई भी कुछ सारा नुकसान में जा रहे हैं भाई, कोई फायदा ही नहीं है, कुछ नहीं हो रहा, नुकसान के अलावा कुछ भी नहीं हो रहा है। ये जो अभी रास्ता आप खुद देख रहे हो बंद पड़ा है, इनकी वजह से हमारा रोजगार नहीं चल रहा है, बिल्कुल रोजगार नहीं चल रहा है। और ये
सवारी चल रही है हमारी, शुरू से ही 15 रुपए थी, अब भी 15 ही मिल रहे हैं और घूम के जाना पड़ता है, रूट भी ज्यादा लंबा हो गया भाई और बहुत ज्यादा परेशानी हो रही कुल मिला के।
भूखा मर जाएगा सारा आम आदमी तो भाई।
अच्छा, आपके किसानों से कोई आह्वान है, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे आप किसानों से? क्या उनको ये प्रोटेस्ट जो है धरना वापस लेना चाहिए?
भाई अपना बैठ कर सारी बात कर ले भाई, इतना नुकसान उनका भी हमारा भी है, सबका नुकसान नहीं है भाई।
नुकसान है, व्हीकल टूटने लग रहा है, गलियों में से निकाल व्हीकल टूट रहे, क्या फायदा? वो तो अपने शांति प्रिय चाहते हो जाए, लेकिन सरकार मान तो नहीं रही ना। वो भी ये चाह रहे शांति से मान जाए, अपना निपटारा हो जाए, लेकिन सरकार कर नहीं रही है ऐसा। इसमें गरीब आदमी मर रहा है।
ये विनती है कि हमारे भी बच्चे पलने दो।
There you see the ground situation over here. The auto drivers who have been working here are saying that they are facing a lot of difficulties over here at this point of time because the roads are choked over here. No one is allowed to move. All those roads which move towards the Tikri side have been blocked, and 6 to 7 layers of barricading have been done, and they have been demanding from the farmers as well that they should call on their protest very soon. With video journalist Bisham Aqil for Republic TV.
जब दिल्ली में अक्षरधाम का निर्माण हो रहा था तो उनके आशीर्वाद से मैं शिलान्यास कार्यक्रम में था, तब तो मैं राजनीति में भी कुछ नहीं था। और उस दिन मैंने कहा था कि गुरु की हम बहुत तारीफ तो करते रहते हैं, लेकिन कभी सोचा है कि किसी गुरु ने कहा कि यमुना के तट पर अपना भी कोई स्थान हो और शिष्य रूपी प्रमुख स्वामी महाराज ने
In yet another news being reported from West Bengal, a young woman's mutilated body that was found naked in a cornfield. Family members of the deceased woman suspect that she was raped and murdered. Congress's Rajya Sabha MP Dheeraj Sahu has revised his returns for the last year and paid tax on 150 crore rupees. Now, according to sources, 50 crore rupees remains unexplained. Income Tax Department seized over 350 crore rupees from businessman turned politician Dheeraj Sahu's premises.
This is Republic Niva Bupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Good evening and welcome. Today, Mamta Banerjee unleashed another round of brutality against all those who are questioning the Trinamool Congress-led political rape of countless women in Sandesh Khali in Bengal. Republic journalists were targeted and beaten, especially those from Republic Bangla. Political leaders had spinal injuries, landed up in ICUs and hospitals. In other words, Mamta Banerjee is providing full state support to the mafia of her party. But what she cannot stop is the truth today. Today, more women have come out, and all of them in their testimonies are saying one thing, just one thing, that Trinamool Congress leaders have been raping women, using their political clout, raping them repeatedly, raping them endlessly. Viewers, more survivors are also saying that the police is trying to torture them by asking them to provide evidence that they have been raped, asking rape victims to come up with medical records. And I ask tonight, how heartless can Mamta Banerjee get? A woman leader asking women to provide evidence of rape months after the ghastly acts. Mamta Banerjee, what are you doing? Are you not answerable to anything? Are you not answerable even to your conscience if it exists? Lastly, to the sold-out Lutyens and Mamta media, shame on you. Shame on all of you for trying to cover up till now the horrors of Sandesh Khali. You cannot anymore because the nation is watching.
आज यूनाइटेड अरब अमीरात की धरती ने मानवीय इतिहास का एक नया स्वर्णिम अध्याय लिखा है। आज अबू धाबी में भव्य और दिव्य मंदिर का लोकार्पण हो रहा है। इस पल के पीछे वर्षों की मेहनत लगी है। इसमें वर्षों पुराना सपना जुड़ा हुआ है और इसमें भगवान स्वामीनारायण का आशीर्वाद जुड़ा है। आज प्रमुख स्वामी जिस दिव्य लोक में होंगे, उनकी आत्मा जहां होगी वहां प्रसन्नता का अनुभव कर रही होगी। पूज्य प्रमुख स्वामी के साथ मेरा नाता एक प्रकार से पिता पुत्र का नाता रहा। मेरे लिए एक पितृतुल्य भाव से जीवन के एक लंबे कालखंड तक उनका सानिध्य मिलता रहा, उनके आशीर्वाद मिलते रहे और शायद कुछ लोगों को सुनकर आश्चर्य होगा कि मैं सीएम था तब भी।
This is Republic Niva Bupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai.
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bupa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio partner. Niva Bupa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
इनकी वजह से हमारा रोजगार नहीं चल रहा है, बिल्कुल रोजगार नहीं चल रहा है। भूखा मर जाएगा सारा आम आदमी तो भाई।
भैया नुकसान तो बहुत ज्यादा हो रहा है, चारों तरफ से रास्ता बंद है, ना तो सीएनजी मिल रही है और सवारियों को भी बहुत ज्यादा परेशानी हो रही है। बहुत सारे हमारे भाई हैं जो किराए की ऑटो चलाते हैं, किराया कहाँ से दें, अब सवारी कहीं मिल ही नहीं रही है।
इसमें गरीब आदमी मर रहा है,
Right now I'm standing at Tikri border. Tikri border is the conjoining border between Delhi and Haryana. Here you can see the auto drivers are over here, standing over here, and the autos are standing at this very point because all those roads are blocked and heavy barricading are being done at this very point because we have been speaking to the senior officials of Delhi police and Haryana police as well, and they said that they have done a 7 layering of barricading at this very point so that farmers who are protesting and planning to move to Delhi won't be able to go towards the Delhi side. Right now I'm joined by some of the auto workers who have been facing a lot of difficulties. सर ये बताइए कि आप लोगों को क्या-क्या नुकसान हो रहा है?
भैया नुकसान तो बहुत ज्यादा हो रहा है, चारों तरफ से रास्ता बंद है, ना तो सीएनजी मिल रही है और सवारियों को भी बहुत ज्यादा परेशानी हो रही है।
सभी को परेशानी चल रही है जी, सभी को परेशानी चल रही है। और 2 दिन से
गाड़ियों में गैस नहीं है, किराए की ऑटो चला रहे हैं, बहुत सारे हमारे भाई हैं जो किराए की ऑटो चलाते हैं, किराया कहाँ से दें और बहुत सारी परेशानी है। वो आगे बैरिकेड लगा दिए हैं, ना उधर से जाने देते ना इधर से जाने देते।
तो आपको सवारी कहाँ पे मिल रही है?
अब सवारी कहीं मिल ही नहीं रही है, इंतजार कर रहे हैं सवारियों का। अगर
सब नुकसान हो रहा है,
सारा नुकसान हो रहा है। दुकानों पे से पनीर नहीं जा रहा है, सप्लाई नहीं हो रही है, कोई भी कुछ सारा नुकसान में जा रहे हैं भाई, कोई फायदा ही नहीं है, कुछ नहीं हो रहा।
नुकसान के अलावा कुछ भी नहीं हो रहा है। ये जो अभी रास्ता आप खुद देख रहे हो बंद पड़ा है, इनकी वजह से हमारा रोजगार नहीं चल रहा है, बिल्कुल रोजगार नहीं चल रहा है। और ये
सवारी चल रही है हमारी, शुरू से ही 15 रुपए थी, अब भी 15 ही मिल रहे और घूम के जाना पड़ता है, रूट भी ज्यादा लंबा हो गया भाई और बहुत ज्यादा परेशानी हो रही कुल मिला के।
भूखा मर जाएगा सारा आम आदमी तो भाई।
अच्छा, आपके किसानों से कोई आह्वान है, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे आप किसानों से? क्या उनको ये प्रोटेस्ट जो है धरना वापस लेना चाहिए?
From Birbhum to South 24 Parganas, complete uproar in West Bengal over Sandesh Khali horror. No action against TMC leaders accused of systemic mass rapes, but Mamata Banerjee blames the BJP and RSS. As farmer showdown continues, top leader tells Republic the real motive is to corner the BJP. After Jay Anand Dehadrai, top sources say Darshan Hiranandani examined in the Quash for Query scam. Big political twist in Karnataka as BJP JDS field an unexpected 5th candidate. Congress fears cross-voting. Days after 7 Navy veterans returned home, Prime Minister holds bilateral talks with Emir of Qatar in Doha. All right, it's day 10 of mega women's uprising in West Bengal's Sandesh Khali, and the survivors are fighting for justice. The anger is palpable. From Hooghly to Birbhum, Bengal is rising against politically institutionalized mass rapes by the TMC leaders in Sandesh Khali. No action has been initiated against the TMC leaders yet, but Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has now blamed the BJP and the RSS, giving a complete clean chit to Sheikh Shah Jahan. You can see those live visuals coming in on your screens. These are visuals from Purba Bardhaman in West Bengal. These are massive uprisings, protests happening all across West Bengal. Demand for justice is growing. The chorus for justice is growing. And what we are seeing right now happening in Bengal is that there is a distressing pattern that has unfolded. And finally, the people of Bengal are now raising their voice. Of course, their voice is also being quelled by the forces. You can see the way the police is manhandling those women and men, all those protesters. Mamata Banerjee, who is the chief minister, who is the home minister, she is a woman. She continues to shield Sheikh Shah Jahan, the man who is under the ED scanner. His men attack the ED, the investigative agencies. TMC men allegedly have raped women, but there is no action. Let's take a listen into what Mamata Banerjee has said.
লজ্জা আছে না আছে লজ্জা না আছে ঘৃণা না আছে ভয় টিভিতে মুখ দেখালেই কাজ হয় কৃষকরা জ্বলছে সারা দেশ জ্বলছে বিজেপি হাসছে আর গরিবদের উপর অত্যাচার হচ্ছে এই তো বিজেপির কাজ সারা দেশটাকে জ্বালিয়ে দিয়েছে লজ্জা আছে না আছে লজ্জা না আছে ঘৃণা না আছে ভয় টিভিতে মুখ দেখালেই কাজ হয় কৃষকরা জ্বলছে সারা দেশ জ্বলছে বিজেপি হাসছে আর গরিবদের উপর অত্যাচার হচ্ছে এই তো বিজেপির কাজ সারা দেশটাকে জ্বালিয়ে দিয়েছে
And Republic TV continues with our extensive coverage and getting you the reality on ground, viewers. We are joined by activist Brinda Adige on the broadcast and we will discuss about what's happening right now, as this is something that is now being witnessed in West Bengal. There is a massive uprising. Ms. Adige, thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV. Ma'am, this is, violence we've seen has become a trend in West Bengal under the ruling dispensation, the current regime in West Bengal, be it the Panchayat elections, be it any event. We've seen what has been happening, be it Ram Navami, and women have been at the center of it all, ma'am. How do you react to it? Because it's really appalling, the kind of distressing visuals and the disturbing accounts that we've heard from women.
You are right. It is very, very appalling. But it is also very sad that these women who have come out talking about sexual exploitation, sexual assault and atrocities by TMC members on them, and that too we are talking about rape inside the TMC offices, and the chief minister refuses to believe the women. She's casting aspersions on the women. That is unacceptable. That is sad and very, very scary, that if the women who are affected, women survivors of sexual violence, are not believed, are not trusted to give their statement to the police, then what is it that the chief minister can assure or instill any confidence for justice and protection to the citizens who have elected her into power? The state has to support these women. The state has to extend every help and assistance. And it is the job of the state to ensure that they are protected, not protect the party members who have assaulted, not the perpetrators and predators of sexual violence, but the people who have been affected, the women who've been affected. I think it is time for Mamata Banerjee to address the issue. Maybe she has not done any justice personally, but it is cadre of her party, people from her party. And that responsibility has to be taken by her. Because if they do not take, if she doesn't take the responsibility, she's only emboldening them and the impunity increases. Who else will the women go and complain to? Who else will the women seek any kind of justice from? As the Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee has to direct the police to register an FIR and arrest the perpetrators and the culprits who have raped these women.
What's more even distressing is that there's something called systemic sexual violence that is being perpetrated there, and this is not something that has just happened. We've learned about the stories, and this has been a pattern in West Bengal, in these areas which are now gripped with tensions, and the people are now speaking out against this man called Sheikh Shah Jahan, who's still on the run. For days, for months he's been on the run. There has been a pattern, a troubling pattern of neglect, of complicity, also alleged complicity by the Bengal government. We do not see any action on any of the perpetrators. We do not see this man, any question being raised, and anyone who tries to question, be it people who are on ground, people who are the sufferers, or media. Our Bangla has been at the forefront raising voices, but we saw yesterday how our reporter was manhandled. It clearly shows that this is something that is clearly being done under the watch of the chief minister, and it continues to happen, and this would have been happening for quite some time, because what women are telling us, they were so scared of speaking out against this man called Sheikh Shah Jahan, who Mamata Banerjee refuses to talk about, refuses to take any action against.
Yes, this is absolutely unacceptable that the Sheikh Shah Jahan is being given both overt and tacit support by the state and the mechanisms and the system itself, because there has been no case against this man, and this man is absconding. If he is absconding, well, the entire state government, Mamata Banerjee and TMC, has to take responsibility. They cannot absolve themselves of this heinous crime. And it is not just one crime. There are many crimes that have been committed. So she cannot absolve herself. Her government cannot absolve itself. And it is time for her to take a strong stance. Because if she knows that this is something that has been happening for a long time, and the police are on the side of the bakshak, the perpetrators, the assaulters, the predators, sexual predators, she has to be supporting these women. Why is she not talking about that man? Why is she not even condemning the actions that have been committed by this perpetrator? It is not enough that she comes out and says, I have not done anything. I have not done any kind of justice. Nobody is casting aspersions as she as the perpetrator. But she becomes the perpetrator when she does not side with the survivors and she does not direct the police to arrest this perpetrator. Then she becomes someone who's abetting the perpetrator by law, and that is unacceptable. If the chief minister is going to give that kind of a support to sexual predators, then the impunity is going to increase by the minute. So how can she absolve herself? Or how can she say that, I'm going to cast aspersions on the women, somebody else has done this? You get the police and the system and the state to function as per law. You cannot run that as an anarchy. Lawlessness in West Bengal is unacceptable. We are a democratic country and police is within her powers to ensure that they arrest that guy, file the FIR. Why is she not doing all of those things? It is not that it is not in her power. Everything is in her power only. Nobody else. Who else is going to support the survivors of sexual violence and exploiters and from the predators who are all very, very powerful in her party?
Absolutely, of course. It seems that the onus, of course, is on the victims to actually prove whether they have been raped or not. Unfortunately, these are the reports that have come in. Even NCW, ma'am, has accused, as said, that the villagers, the women have accused that the cops are hand in glove with the perpetrators. That's, of course, a sad state of affairs that we are learning about. But thank you so much, Brinda Arike, for joining us with your thoughts on that story. And Public TV Viewers continues to bring to you the voice of the victims and continue to show you the truth. From West Bengal, we continue to expose what is happening in Sandesh Khali. Now, meanwhile, BJP has also upped the ante against Mamata government, from hitting the streets to all-out attacks. The BJP has now questioned the inaction towards the survivors of Sandesh Khali. Take a look.
Didn't time Mamata was in AC room. I was on the field. I lead the movement in Jungle Mahal, in Ritai massacre. Nobody can stop me. I will go to court. I will come again with full legal authority. My name is Subhendu Adhikari.
संदेश खाली के लोगों के साथ खड़ा होने के लिए बार बार हम लोग जाने के लिए प्रयास कर रहे हैं। हमारे नेता भी जा रहे हैं। पुलिस ज़बरदस्ती कर रही है। काल जिस प्रकार हमारे स्टेट प्रेसिडेंट के ऊपर हुआ है, यह अमानविक है। धक्का धक्की ज़बरदस्ती हुई उनके ऊपर, इसलिए वो बीमार पड़े हैं, उनको चोट आई है मानसिक और शारीरिक। मुझे उम्मीद है जल्दी ठीक होकर फिर वो नेतृत्व देंगे।
उनकी प्राथमिकता क्या है, ये इससे समझ में आता है कि उन्हें बंगाल की बेटियों की चिंता नहीं है। बंगाल की बेटियों की चिंता तो तथाकथित इंडी अलायंस में न्याय यात्रा निकालने वाले लोगों को भी नहीं है। वैसे तो पूरे देश भर में संविधान बचाओ और बेटी को बचाने के लिए बड़े भ्रमण किए जाते हैं, वल्चर टूरिज्म किया जाता है। आज प्रियंका वाड्रा जी, राहुल गांधी जी, इंडी अलायंस के तमाम नेता आज ये चुप क्यों है जब संदेश खाली और बंगाल की महिलाएं न्याय के लिए गुहार लगा रही है। आज पश्चिम बंगाल में पश्चिम बंगाल की पुलिस ममता बनर्जी के इशारे पर तृणमूल कांग्रेस के कार्डर की तरह काम कर रही है। वहां पर कोई भी जांच या इन्वेस्टिगेशन निष्पक्ष तरीके से हो ही नहीं पाती है। बार बार हाई कोर्ट को किसी जांच को सीबीआई या एनआईए या एसआईटी या किसी और एजेंसी को सौंपना पड़ता है। इसका मतलब कि वहां पर पश्चिम बंगाल की पुलिस कोई भी न्यायपूर्ण तरीके से काम नहीं करती और इसीलिए वहां की वस्तुस्थिति से लोगों को भी आगाह कराने के लिए और उस पर संज्ञान लेते हुए जानकारी प्राप्त करते हुए अगले कदम उठाने के लिए जो ये डेलीगेशन बना है, मैं इसका स्वागत करता हूं। वहां के गवर्नर साहब ने भी कई सारी चिंताएं प्रकट की है, परंतु ममता बनर्जी अपने आप को संविधान के ऊपर, कानून के ऊपर और महिलाओं के अधिकार के ऊपर समझती है। उनकी प्राथमिकता केवल शाहजहां को बचाना है, हमारी प्राथमिकता बंगाल को बचाना है।
In some more news, the protesters from Rajpura, Patiala are sitting on the railway tracks and blocking trains at Rajpura railway station. Several major farmers' unions have extended their support to the protesting farmers. BJP OBC Madurai district secretary was killed by unidentified individuals. Victim's body was found in a nearby toll gate with slashing injuries. Tamil Nadu police is conducting further investigation into the matter. In yet another news being reported from West Bengal, a young woman's mutilated body was found naked in a cornfield. Family members of the deceased woman suspect that she was raped and murdered. Congress's Rajya Sabha MP Dheeraj Sahu has revised his returns for last year and paid tax on the 150 crore rupees. According to sources, 50 crore rupees remain unexplained. The Income Tax Department seized 350 crore rupees from businessman turned politician Dheeraj Sahu's premises. Joint security forces apprehended terror associate in North Kashmir's Kupwara. The security forces recovered arms, ammunition and other digital gadgets. BJP National President JP Nadda filed his nomination as a Rajya Sabha candidate from Gujarat. JP Nadda shifted his current position as a member from Himachal Pradesh. Congress Legislature Party held meeting at the party office at Vidhan Bhavan in Maharashtra's Mumbai. Congress meeting is being held to discuss Rajya Sabha elections. Prime Minister Modi received a warm welcome upon his arrival in Doha. Later on, the Prime Minister held meetings with Qatari counterpart Sheikh Mohammed Thani in Doha and discussed ways to boost the friendship between India and Qatar. Both leaders held bilateral talks in sectors such as trade, energy and finance. Take a look at this report for more.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrived in Doha after a two-day trip to the UAE. PM Modi met Qatari Prime Minister and Defence Minister Sheikh Mohammed Thani and discussed ways to boost India-Qatar friendship. Both leaders held talks on expanding bilateral cooperation in sectors such as trade, investment, energy and finance. Prime Minister Modi also met with the Indian diaspora who welcomed him with Modi, Modi chants. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Time for a short break. On the other side, Farmers Showdown continues. Top leader tells Republic TV the real motive is to corner the BJP. And after Jay Anand Dehadrai, top sources say Darshan Hiranandani examined in cash for query scam. Details on the other side. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
जब दिल्ली में अक्षरधाम का निर्माण हो रहा था तो उनके आशीर्वाद से मैं शिलान्यास कार्यक्रम में था। तब तो मैं राजनीति में भी कुछ नहीं था और उस दिन मैंने कहा था कि गुरु कि हम बहुत तारीफ तो करते रहते हैं, लेकिन कभी सोचा है कि किसी गुरु ने कहा कि यमुना के तट पर अपना भी कोई स्थान हो और शिष्य रूपी प्रमुख स्वामी महाराज ने अपने गुरु की उस इच्छा को परिपूर्ण कर दिया था। आज मैं भी उसी एक शिष्य भाव से यहां आपके सामने उपस्थित हूं कि आज प्रमुख स्वामी महाराज का सपना हम पूरा कर पाए हैं। आज बसंत पंचमी का पवित्र त्योहार भी है, पूज्य शास्त्री जी महाराज की जन्म जयंती भी है। ये बसंत पंचमी, ये पर्व मां सरस्वती का पर्व है। मां सरस्वती यानी बुद्धि और विवेक की मानवीय प्रज्ञा और चेतना की देवी। ये मानवीय प्रज्ञा ही है जिसने हमें सहयोग, सामंजस्य, समन्वय और सौहार्द जैसे आदर्शों को जीवन में उतारने की समझ दी है। मुझे आशा है कि मंदिर भी मानवता के लिए, बेहतर भविष्य के लिए बसंत का स्वागत करेगा।
Day 2 of the farmers' protest. The Shambhu border has been completely jam-packed with thousands of the farmers are on the roads. Here we are reporting from the mid of the protesting site, and you can see the visuals that how they are spend the entire night here on the roads in their tractors, trolleys, and after having the breakfast, now they are preparing the strategy how to move on. So here you can see the visuals that how the farmers has been preparing their strategies, and in fact after spending the entire night on the road, thousands of the people have spent night on the road with their tractors and the trolleys. Such kind of trolleys has been prepared to spend the night. You can see the visuals as well. Even the yesterday, the similar visuals, the similar people in a similar position, and in fact today as well they will try to march towards Delhi from that Shambhu border to cross the security layers of Haryana police, and in fact the way they yesterday did, just because yesterday there was a panic situation between the Haryana police and the farmers, and in fact when they tried to cross the borders, tear gas shells has been fired in a massive number, and in fact to protect the barricades they have deployed at Shambhu border. So see that today as well, and even the last night, their leader Sarwan Singh Pandher, Jagjit Singh Dallewal, they had made it very clear that tomorrow again they will start their march towards the Delhi, and in fact tonight they were spending here at Shambhu border itself. So last night entirely jam-packed Shambhu border with the farmers as they were sleeping in the tractors and the trolleys, and in fact today morning they are preparing the strategies how to move on from this very much point towards the border, Shambhu border, to cross the barricades. To cross the barricades deployed by Haryana police, and in fact, if my camera person can show you the barricades they have put, they are making some technical strategies, and they themselves put these police barricades along at the protesting site, and in fact they are preparing the layers how to move on and how to break the security layers. There's 6 to 7 security layers of Haryana police with the paramilitary forces. So see, you can see that even the Haryana police have also used the drones and tear gas shells, and they have used the rubber bullets to stop the farmers. So this is the situation that is actually turning up at Shambhu border, and even this is the situation that is turning up at the Shambhu border on day 2 of the protest. Farmers are preparing strategy. Their leaders are leading the protest. They have spent entire night in the tractor and trolleys, and morning they are preparing strategies how to move further towards the Delhi.
Good evening and welcome. Today, Mamta Banerjee unleashed another.
start with breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where National Conference Chief Farooq Abdullah has now decided to go solo for the Lok Sabha elections. Now, this comes as yet another setback for the collapsing India alliance. It's crumbling, it's falling down, and this is yet another setback for the Congress party. The National Conference is not ready to join hands. It's not ready. Of course, the seat-sharing talks have clearly crumbled, and yet another setback coming in. NC Chief Farooq Abdullah says that it plans to go solo in Lok Sabha polls. So we see Bengal, Bihar, and many other states like Punjab. We are seeing that the Congress is losing support. Take a listen into what Farooq Abdullah had to say.
What about seat sharing? कल शायद उमर अब्दुल्ला इंडिया अलायंस के हवाले से शायद बात कर रहे थे।
देखिए, जहाँ तक सीट शेयरिंग का सवाल है, मैं एक चीज़ आपको क्लियर करना चाहता हूँ। नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस अपने बलबूते पर लड़ेगी, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है।
What about seat sharing? कल शायद उमर अब्दुल्ला इंडिया अलायंस के हवाले से शायद बात कर रहे थे।
देखिए, जहाँ तक सीट शेयरिंग का सवाल है, मैं एक चीज़ आपको क्लियर करना चाहता हूँ। नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस अपने बलबूते पर लड़ेगी, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है।
My colleague Zeenat, tracking all developments, joins us on the broadcast live from Srinagar. Zeenat, of course, we are just seeing yet another chapter in, the India alliance's collapse. It's imploding, and how this time is Kashmir.
Oh, of course, we are seeing a setback to India alliance now coming from the Srinagar. In fact, the NC Chief Farooq Abdullah and the Member Parliament of Srinagar has announced that they will fight on its own strength, and he has completely ruled out any pre-poll alliance. We have been seeing the way the India alliance is fragmented in different parts of the country. Now, another setback is coming from the Jammu and Kashmir, where NC Chief has made it quite clear that they are not going for any pre-poll alliance. Rather, NC will fight on its own strength. And this is a big news point coming in, and a setback to the India alliance, where we have seen a lot of meetings being done by the opposition to eliminate or to take BJP out from the different states. But now, seeing the way these India parties are working and the defragmentation is taking place in other parts of the country, now National Conference Chief has also decided that NC will fight on its own strength. He has announced this while talking to reporters here at National Conference headquarters in Nawai Subu, where Farooq Abdullah was talking about the multiple issues, be it of the voting machines. He talked about the farmers' bill, the farmers' protest, and also about the ED summon. He also said that Farooq Abdullah will be visiting the ED office, and in fact is ready to deal with the ED also, because earlier when the two summons were issued to the National Conference Chief in January and February, in January he cited the health reasons for not appearing before the ED, and recently 2 days before, when he was supposed to appear before ED, that time he was in Jammu. Now that the Farooq Abdullah is back in Srinagar and he will make his appearance before the ED. But yes, a big setback coming to the India alliance in the country, where National Conference Chief and also the Member Parliament from Srinagar has announced that the NC will fight on its strength and they are not going to any pre-poll alliance. So we are seeing a setback to the India alliance, and from Jammu and Kashmir, the election fever is brewing up. More on the story, keep watching Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
ये मंदिर पूरी दुनिया के लिए सांप्रदायिक सौहार्द और वैश्विक एकता का प्रतीक बनेगा। भाइयों और बहनों, यूएई के मिनिस्टर ऑफ टॉलरेंस हिज एक्सेलेंसी शेख नायान अल मुबारक यहां विशेष तौर पर उपस्थित है, और उन्होंने भाव भी जो व्यक्त किए, जो बातें हमारे सामने रखी, वो हमारे उन सपनों को मजबूत करने का उनके शब्दों में उन्होंने वर्णन किया है। मैं उनका आभारी हूं। साथियों, इस मंदिर के निर्माण में यूएई की सरकार की जो भूमिका रही, उसकी जितनी तारीफ की जाए उतनी कम है। लेकिन इस भव्य मंदिर का स्वप्न साकार करने में अगर सबसे बड़ा सहयोग किसी का है तो मेरे ब्रदर हिज हाइनेस शेख मोहम्मद बिन जायद का है। मुझे पता है कि प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ यूएई की पूरी गवर्नमेंट ने कितने बड़े दिल से करोड़ों भारतवासियों की इच्छा को पूरा किया है। और इन्होंने सिर्फ यहां नहीं, 140 करोड़ हिंदुस्तानियों के दिल को जीत लिया है। मैं इस मंदिर के विचार से लेकर एक प्रकार से प्रमुख स्वामी जी के स्वप्न से लेकर के, स्वप्न बाद में विचार में परिवर्तित हुआ, यानी विचार से लेकर इसके साकार होने तक पूरी यात्रा में इससे जुड़ा रहा हूं। ये मेरा सबसे बड़ा सौभाग्य है। और इसलिए मैं जानता हूं कि हिज हाइनेस शेख मोहम्मद बिन जायद की उदारता के लिए धन्यवाद ये शब्द भी बहुत छोटा लगता है। इतना बड़ा उन्होंने काम किया। मैं चाहता हूं उनके इस व्यक्तित्व को, भारत यूएई रिश्तों की गहराई को केवल यूएई और भारत के लोग ही नहीं बल्कि पूरा विश्व भी जाने।
Viewers, top headlines are tracking right now from Birbhum to South 24 Parganas. Complete uproar in West Bengal over Sandesh Khali horror. No action against TMC leader accused of systematic mass rapes, but Mamta blames BJP and the RSS now. As farmers showdown continues, top leaders tell Republic the real motive is to corner BJP. After Jay Anante Hadrai, top sources say Darshan Hiranandani examined in cash for query scam. Yet another setback for Indy. Farooq Abdullah dumps Congress, says will go solo in elections. And days after 7 Navy veterans return home, Prime Minister holds bilateral talks with Emir of Qatar in Doha. All right, viewers, we're live and breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting the latest coming in right now, and a big update. A big lead in connection to the land scam. Hemant Soren's judicial custody has been extended. That is right. Big update coming in Republic TV, viewers. And what we can tell you is that Hemant Soren's judicial custody has been extended. This is the land scam that we are talking about right now. And the ED has been, really investigating this case very, very closely. And what we can tell you, viewers, is that among all the investigation which has been happening in the land scam, Hemant Soren has got his judicial custody extended at this point of time, viewers. Top of it coming on Republic TV, and remember that we have been seeing back-to-back details. A special PMLA court had extended the former Jharkhand CM Soren ED remand for 3 days till Feb 15, and now that is over. Let's go straight to Prakash. Prakash, today was the last day the PMLA court has extended the ED remand for another 3 days till today. But it looks like that its extension after the deadline ended today. So it looks like the custody has been extended, judicial custody. How much longer? How much longer? All right, we're being joined by our editor special projects, Prakash, who's joining us right now. Prakash, judicial custody extended for how many more days now, Prakash? All right, we will be getting back to Prakash in just a moment, but a special PMLA court had extended Soren's ED remand for 3 days till today. And right now, what we can tell you is that Hemant Soren's judicial custody has now been extended even further. Now, what we are seeing, viewers, are the kind of incriminating documents which the ED is investigating in the land scam case. The ED had stated that Soren's remand was necessary after recovery of 17 original registers, 11 trunks of incriminating documents from the premises of former CM aide Bhanu Pratap Prasad, a revenue sub-inspector. So we have been seeing that there are many more people in this entire web of the land scam. Soren was arrested on Jan 31st after a 7-hour grilling by the ED in the money laundering case. Let's move ahead, viewers, right now to the other big story we are tracking at this point of time. It's day 10 of a mega women's uprising in West Bengal, Sandesh Khali. The survivors are fighting for justice and the anger is palpable. From Hooghly to Birbhum, Bengal is rising against politically, institutionalized mass rapes by TMC leaders in Sandesh Khali. But no action has been initiated against the TMC leaders yet. Mamta, on the other hand, has now blamed the BJP and the RSS, giving a complete clean chit to Shah Jahan Sheikh. And these are the details, viewers, we're getting for you today itself. These are details coming for you today itself, where we are seeing that Mamta Banerjee spoke a short while back in the assembly. And she has gone ahead, she has blamed the BJP and the RSS, giving a complete clean chit to Shah Jahan Sheikh. A very, very shocking statement coming out right now. Let's go ahead and play out that exact statement of the West Bengal CM and what she has said about this entire issue.
তারা কদিন ধরে অনেক কথা বলে যাচ্ছেন কিছু মিডিয়ার তৎপরতায় আসল জিনিসটা না জেনেই। আপনারা জানেন জীবনে আমি কোনো অন্যায়কে কোনোদিন প্রশ্রয় দিইনি এবং আমি ইনিশিয়েটিভ নিয়ে স্টেট কমিশন পাঠিয়েছি, আমাদের অ্যাডমিনিস্ট্রেশন পাঠিয়েছি, 17 জনকে অ্যারেস্ট করা হয়েছে এবং আপনারা দেখেছেন যারা মুখে মাস্ক পরে পরে ছবি তুলছে ধরাও পড়েছে বিজেপির কর্মী, কিভাবে তারা বাইরে থেকে নিয়ে এসে একটা এলাকাকে অশান্ত করার চেষ্টা করেছে। আগে টার্গেট শেখ শাহজাহান, ওকে টার্গেট করে ইডি ঢুকলো, তারপরেই সবাইকে বার করে দিয়ে তারপরে ওখানে আদিবাসী মাইনরিটিদের মধ্যে ঝগড়া লাগিয়ে দিল। আগে তো আমাকে জানতে হবে ব্যাপারটা কি, নাকি কাকে কার নিয়ে পালিয়ে গেল বলে আমিও পালাতে শুরু করলাম।
And viewers, meanwhile, the BJP has now upped the ante against the Mamta government, from hitting the streets to all-out attacks. The BJP has now questioned the inaction towards the survivors of Sandesh Khali.
Didn't I? Mamta was in AC room. I was on the field. I lead the movement in Jungle Mahal, in Detai massacre. Nobody can stop me. I will go to court. I will come again with full legal authority. My name is Subhendu Adhikari.
संदेश खाली के लोगों के साथ खड़ा होने के लिए बार बार हम लोग जाने के लिए प्रयास कर रहे हैं, हमारे नेता भी जा रहे हैं। पुलिस ज़बरदस्ती कर रही है। काल जिस प्रकार हमारे स्टेट प्रेसिडेंट के ऊपर हुआ है, यह अमानविक है। धक्का धक्की ज़बरदस्ती हुई उनके ऊपर, इसलिए वो बीमार पड़े हैं, उनको चोट आई है मानसिक और शारीरिक। मुझे उम्मीद है जल्दी ठीक होकर फिर वो नेतृत्व देंगे।
उनकी प्राथमिकता क्या है, ये इससे समझ में आता है कि उन्हें बंगाल की बेटियों की चिंता नहीं है। बंगाल की बेटियों की चिंता तो तथाकथित इंडी अलायंस में न्याय यात्रा निकालने वाले लोगों को भी नहीं है। वैसे तो पूरे देश भर में संविधान बचाओ और बेटी को बचाने के लिए बड़े भ्रमण किए जाते हैं, वल्चर टूरिज्म किया जाता है। आज प्रियंका वाड्रा जी, राहुल गांधी जी, इंडी अलायंस के तमाम नेता आज ये चुप क्यों है जब संदेश खाली और बंगाल की महिलाएं न्याय के लिए गुहार लगा रही है। आज पश्चिम बंगाल में पश्चिम बंगाल की पुलिस ममता बनर्जी के इशारे पर तृणमूल कांग्रेस के कार्डर की तरह काम कर रही है। वहां पर कोई भी जांच या इन्वेस्टिगेशन निष्पक्ष तरीके से हो ही नहीं पाती है। बार बार हाई कोर्ट को किसी जांच को सीबीआई या एनआईए या एसआईटी या किसी और एजेंसी को सौंपना पड़ता है। इसका मतलब कि वहां पर पश्चिम बंगाल की पुलिस कोई भी न्यायपूर्ण तरीके से काम नहीं करती और इसीलिए वहां की वस्तुस्थिति से लोगों को भी आगाह कराने के लिए और उस पर संज्ञान लेते हुए, जानकारी प्राप्त करते हुए अगले कदम उठाने के लिए जो ये डेलीगेशन बना है, मैं इसका स्वागत करता हूं। वहां के गवर्नर साहब ने भी कई सारी चिंताएं प्रकट की है, परंतु ममता बनर्जी अपने आप को संविधान के ऊपर, कानून के ऊपर और महिलाओं के अधिकार के ऊपर समझती है। उनकी प्राथमिकता केवल शाहजहां को बचाना है, हमारी प्राथमिकता बंगाल को बचाना है।
आज का प्रोटेस्ट हमारे भाजपा के विधायक लोग प्रोटेस्ट किए थे। अंदर मुख्यमंत्री थे। मुख्यमंत्री तो आते नहीं है, उनका जो दिन है सोमवार, स्वराष्ट्र मंत्रक का जो दिन है, उनमें आते नहीं है। उनका बहुत काम है ना, तो उनके लिए इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं है कि हमारा क्वेश्चन को उत्तर दे। हम लोग सोमवार को मंगलवार को शायद हम लोग विबृति मांगे थे मुख्यमंत्री से, ये संदेश खाली का घटना को लेकर। मुख्यमंत्री नहीं थे, लेकिन हम लोग को बर्खास्त किया गया, सस्पेंड किया गया। आज इसीलिए हमारे विधायक लोग गए और वो लोग भी बोले कि क्यों एलओपी और 5 विधायक को बर्खास्त किया गया, सस्पेंड किया गया। हम लोग भी मुख्यमंत्री का अधिवेशन बॉयकॉट करते हैं।
And viewers, the NCW has also taken cognizance of the Sandesh Khali horror. In a report filed by the committee, it mentions that negligence by Bengal government and police, even the DGP, refused to cooperate. The SP did not provide assistance to the survivors. The panel has received a number of systematic abuse testimonies. The survivors reportedly begged the panel to delete the testimonies, fearing consequences. NCW mentions in its report that Mamta's cops failed completely in their duty. So that's what we are getting for you right now, where NCW has gone ahead, taken cognizance. They have also condemned the entire situation observed in West Bengal following a fact-finding mission on Feb 12th, 2024. And this is coming in as the NCW had sent a team of NCW visited Sandesh Khali to evaluate the response of local authorities to reports of severe violence and intimidation against women. And viewers, other updates we're tracking right now. Protesters from Rajpura, Patiala sitting on the rail tracks and blocking trains at Rajpura railway station. Several major farmers' unions have extended their support to the protesting farmers. BJP OBC Madurai district secretary was killed by unidentified individuals. The victim's body was found at a nearby toll gate with slashing injuries. The Tamil Nadu police is conducting further investigations into the matter. In yet another news being reported from West Bengal, a young woman's mutilated body was found naked in a cornfield. Family members of the deceased woman suspect that she was raped and murdered. Congress's Rajya Sabha MP Dheeraj Sahu has revised his returns for last year and paid tax of Rs 150 crore. According to sources, Rs 50 crore remains unexplained. The Income Tax Department seized 350 crores from businessman turned politician Dheeraj Sahu's premises. Joint security forces apprehended terror associate in North Kashmir's Kupwara area. The security forces recovered arms, ammunition and other digital gadgets. BJP National President JP Nadda filed his nomination as a Rajya Sabha candidate from Gujarat. JP Nadda shifted his current position as a member from Himachal Pradesh. Congress legislature party held meetings at the party office at Vidhan Bhavan in Maharashtra's Mumbai. The Congress meeting is being held to discuss Rajya Sabha elections. Much coming up, get another setback for Indy. Farooq Abdullah dumps Congress, says will go solo in the elections. And days after 7 Navy veterans returned home, Prime Minister is holding bilateral talks with the Emir of Qatar in Doha.
आज यूनाइटेड अरब अमीरात की धरती ने मानवीय इतिहास का एक नया स्वर्णिम अध्याय लिखा है। आज अबू धाबी में भव्य और दिव्य मंदिर का लोकार्पण हो रहा है। इस पल के पीछे वर्षों की मेहनत लगी है। इसमें वर्षों पुराना सपना जुड़ा हुआ है और इसमें भगवान स्वामीनारायण का आशीर्वाद जुड़ा है। आज प्रमुख स्वामी जिस दिव्य लोक में होंगे, उनकी आत्मा जहां होगी, वहां प्रसन्नता का अनुभव कर रही होगी। पूज्य प्रमुख स्वामी के साथ मेरा नाता एक प्रकार से पिता पुत्र का नाता रहा। मेरे लिए एक पितृतुल्य भाव से जीवन के एक लंबे कालखंड तक उनका सानिध्य मिलता रहा, उनके आशीर्वाद मिलते रहे और शायद कुछ लोगों को सुनकर आश्चर्य होगा कि मैं सीएम था तब भी, पीएम था तब भी, अगर कोई चीज उनको पसंद नहीं आती थी तो मुझे स्पष्ट शब्दों में मार्गदर्शन करते थे।
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the nation's sharpest opinion. An interesting but very significant development was lost amidst the headlines today. Sonia Gandhi has, by all indications, retired. She has retired from electoral politics. Not going to fight Lok Sabha elections. Sonia Gandhi, at a time when her party is disintegrating, breaking, wilting in relevance, at a time when her party is being avoided like the plague, insulted by every other potential ally from ground level cadre to, ladies and gentlemen, generational loyalists. Sonia Gandhi has done the smart thing and understood it's not going to work, that she can't win an election anymore. She's opted out of the Lok Sabha. The significance should be lost on no one that Sonia Gandhi has retired from electoral politics just on the eve of the 2024 elections. Before the Congress is projected to have its most dismal performance in a general election, she has abandoned the ship. This abandoning of the ship, or should we call it a canoe or a kayak, whatever is left of the Congress, just months before the election is a surety beyond measure that perhaps even Raebareli is not secure for Sonia Gandhi anymore, that she will lose even in Raebareli. It is also significant because Sonia Gandhi conveniently parks herself in the Rajya Sabha instead of going before the people in a Lok Sabha contest, which means she knows she will lose. After all, Rahul Gandhi has lost. She will also lose. And after trying and failing so badly to launch and relaunch and launch and relaunch and launch and relaunch her non-achiever washout son Rahul Gandhi, and Rahul Gandhi can pretend all his life at the age of 55 to be discovering India in a luxury bus, but the fact is that he is a political disaster, a failure. And you see leaders of merit like Himanta Biswa Sarma, who abandoned the Congress and are now transforming ground up through governance, slide the entire Congress from under Sonia Gandhi's hold in Assam. The largest story for me on a day when Himanta Biswa Sarma has broken the Congress. He just broke it. The Congress working president Assam has joined the BJP. MLAs are joining the BJP. The party broke down the middle. And what does that tell you? That tells you, ladies and gentlemen, that the Congress is packing up. There is no hope for the
As the farmer stir continues, Republic has now exposed the real motive behind the showdown. Listen in as the leader, Jagjit Singh, has said that the real motive behind the protest is to corner the centre. Listen in.
जगजीत अनवाल साहब, आज बहुत बड़ी मीटिंग होने वाली है सेंट्रल लीडरशिप से। क्या आज हम उम्मीद कर सकते हैं कि जो डेडलॉक बना हुआ है वो रिजॉल्व होएगा?
अभी सरकार पे डिपेंड करता है। मीटिंग का राउंड तो पहले भी 3 दौर की मीटिंग हमारी हो चुकी है सरकार के साथ, उसमें कुछ खास नहीं निकला। कोशिश होगी, हम भी ये नहीं चाहते कि हमारा मोटिव जो है वो दिल्ली नहीं है कि हम लोगों ने दिल्ली ही जाना है, वहाँ पे कोई शक्ति प्रदर्शन करना है। हमारा तो मेन है कि जो हमारे राइट्स हैं, जो हमारे सिविल राइट्स हैं, जो हमें मिलने चाहिए, जो हमारी हकी मांगे हैं, उसके लिए डेडलॉक टूटेगा या नहीं टूटेगा ये तो 5 बजे वाली मीटिंग बताएगी। लेकिन सरकार का जो रवैया है किसानों के प्रति, मजदूरों के प्रति, वो सुहित लगता नहीं है। अभी मीटिंग ही है, या मीटिंग के लिए टाइम को आगे धकेला जा रहा है, ये तो आज पता चला।
मेन डिमांड्स क्या है? मैं इसलिए पूछ रहा हूँ क्योंकि लोगों को पता होना चाहिए कि आप जब सड़कों पे आ रहे हैं तो आपकी मेन डिमांड्स क्या है। क्या आप चाहते हैं कि प्राइवेटाइजेशन जो एग्रीकल्चर की वो कम हो? क्या आप चाहते हैं ये जो MSP है वो बढ़ाया जाए, या फिर आप चाहते हो कि आपके खिलाफ जो अत्याचार किए जा रहे हैं वो कम हो? क्या आपके मेन डिमांड्स हैं?
अत्याचार की कोई बात नहीं है, ऐसा कोई डर नहीं है, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है कि हम सरकार से ये अपील करें कि हमारे पे अत्याचार बंद करें, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। हमारी सबसे पहली मांग ये है कि जो MSP है उसका गारंटी कानून हम लोग मांगते हैं। वो MSP मैं अपने लिए नहीं मांग रहा कि मैं किसान हूँ, मैं MSP इस कैमरामैन के लिए भी मांग रहा हूँ। अगर MSP खड़ी रहेगी, मंडी बची रहेगी, तो गेहूं का भाव जो है वो किसी स्तर पे खड़ा रहेगा तो ये भी आदमी आटा खरीद सकता है। अगर खुली मंडी में कारपोरेट के पास जाता है तो यही गेहूं जो आज 2000 रुपये है, 2200 है, बढ़कर जब 7000 रुपये क्विंटल तक उनके द्वारा बेची जाएगी तो उसके लिए आटा खरीदना भी मुश्किल हो जाएगा। MSP की मांग है।
टंडवाल साहब, यहाँ पे अब इलेक्शन भी आने वाले हैं तो पोलिटिसाइजेशन हो रही है, राजनीतिकरण भी हो रहा है, तो मैं आपसे पहले पूछना चाहूंगा, आपको किसी पार्टी ने सपोर्ट किया है? आम आदमी पार्टी ने, कांग्रेस ने, लेफ्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस ने, बीजेपी तो आउट ऑफ क्वेश्चन है, पर आप मुझे बताइए।
23 साल से लगातार धरातल पे काम कर रहे हैं, ना तो कभी किसी राजनीतिक पार्टी का सपोर्ट आज तक लिया है, ना कभी चाहते हैं और ना कभी लेंगे। राजनीतिक का दौर यहाँ पे बिल्कुल नहीं है।
एक और क्वेश्चन मैं पूछना चाहूंगा और उसके लिए मैं चाहूंगा आप खुल के बोले, क्योंकि मुझे मालूम है कि आप लीडर इंसान हैं, आप खुल के बोलेंगे। क्या ये प्रोटेस्ट इन अ वे जो क्रिटिसिज्म हो रही है, इज इट अगेंस्ट द सेंट्रल लीडरशिप? ये सेंट्रल लीडरशिप के खिलाफ है, ये नरेंद्र मोदी के खिलाफ है, या फिर ये बीजेपी लेड RSS के खिलाफ है जो हम लोग सुनाई देता है?
देखो, जो आपका क्वेश्चन है उसके लिए मैं सबसे पहली बात ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि नरेंद्र मोदी एक पर्सनैलिटी है, एक शख्सियत है। अगर हम लोग ये बोलें कि हम किसी एक मनुष्य के प्रति ये प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं तो गलत बात होगी। देश के सिस्टम के खिलाफ लड़ रहे हैं, वो सिस्टम जो पिछले 75 साल से इन लोगों के लिए बना रखा है और जो झूठ की बुनियाद पे खड़ा है। बीजेपी RSS उसके कंपोनेंट्स हैं। वो कंपोनेंट जो है आज काम कर रहे हैं।
बीजेपी आरएसएस कंपोनेंट है या और भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी कंपोनेंट है?
मैं बोलने में मुझे कोई झिझक नहीं है। जो सरकार होती है वो बाबर होती है, बाबर हमेशा जाबर होता है।
बिल्कुल।
और इसमें इनमें से किसी में भी कोई
और आपने तो
डिफरेंस
लड़ाई की है।
बिल्कुल की है जी। 10 मुगल हमारे साथ लड़े हैं और वो मुगलों का भेष ही चेंज हुआ है, सरकारें वही काम कर रही हैं।
चलिए ठीक है, मैं उम्मीद करूंगा कि आप जल्दी ठीक हो जगदीश सिंह धालीवाल साहब और ठीक हो। एक और चीज मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा सर, एक आपका बयान आ रहा था जिसमें आपने बोला था कि नरेंद्र मोदी राम मंदिर के बाद बहुत पावरफुल हो गए हैं, ये प्रोटेस्ट इनको कमजोर बनाएगा, ये आप इसका मतलब करें?
अयोध्या मंदिर की प्रतिष्ठा हमारे लिए भी सम्मानजनक है, हम सम्मान करते हैं अयोध्या मंदिर का। किसी भगवान का किसी धर्म के लिए हमारा कोई भी कभी भेदभाव नहीं रहा। उन्होंने स्थापित किया है, किसी पर्टिकुलर धर्म के लिए नहीं है, सर्वसाझीवालता का वो सवाल है। और प्रोटेस्ट का ये मंतव्य नहीं है कि हमने अयोध्या को नीचे गिराना है, जहां हमने अयोध्या वाले मसले को नीचे लेके जाना है। प्रोटेस्ट का केवल तो केवल एक ही मतलब है कि पंजाब, हरियाणा, पूरे देश के किसानों मजदूरों के लिए उनकी जो बुनियादी मांगे हैं, जो सरकार ने मानी हुई मांगे हैं, उनको दोबारा बहाल कराना।
और ये पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम जो आपको लगता है कि एक एक्सप्लॉइटेटिव नेचर का है, उसको आप करेंगे जिसमें सब पार्टीज इन्वॉल्व है, राइट?
बिल्कुल, डेफिनेटली।
From Birbhum to Saroni for Parganas, a complete uproar in West Bengal over Sandesh Khali horror. Stay tuned.
Day 2 of the farmers' protest. The Shambhu border has been completely jam-packed with thousands of the farmers are on the roads. Here we are reporting from the mid of the protesting site and you can see the visuals that how they are spend the entire night here on the roads in their tractors, trolleys, and after having the breakfast now they are preparing the strategy how to move on. So here you can see the visuals that how the farmers has been preparing their strategies, and in fact after spending the entire night on the road, thousands of the people have spent night on the road with their tractors and the trolleys. Such kind of trolleys has been prepared to spend the night. You can see the visuals as well. Even yesterday the similar